It is officially 6 p.m., June 16th, 2025, and with that, I'm going to call the Destin City Council meeting to order. Up first is going to be the invocation by our one and only Pastor David Butler from the Faith Assembly Christian Church. Thank you for being here.
Would you bow your heads with me, please? Heavenly Father, we thank you, first of all, that you are the Lord over our city. We thank you for the beauty, your wonderful creation. We thank you for those in attendance tonight. I'm reminded of the scripture that says how wonderful it is when we all dwell together in unity. I just ask that may everything be done in order. We pray, Lord God, that your peace would prevail. We ask that tonight that you would be in charge and in control. Everything we say and do be pleasing to you. We pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and we pray for the peace of Destin. Father, we just give you the praise and the glory and honor, for all good things come from above. And now the blessing in Numbers chapter 6 is this: may the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you and be turned towards you. May he give you his peace. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that. Councilwoman Aber, please with the pledge.
Please join me with your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you for that. You may be seated. Thank you all for being here. Up first will be the agenda approval, and if we could, I would like to ask that we move up the public hearing E and make that first as an A1, and then go into the public hearings.
I'll make that motion to move that, Mayor.
Awesome. Do I hear a second?
I'll second. Are you talking after the consent agenda?
Yeah, of course, yes. I'm just saying moving it up in the public hearing portion. E would become first, and then we would go in the alphabetical order from there.
So are you saying 5E would become 5A?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We have a full house, so trying to be respectful of everyone's
You want to
time.
second that?
If I may ask one question.
Please.
Ms. Kopp, when you schedule these public hearings at a particular time and you move one up, does that not cause difficulties for those who are trying to estimate when to be here and they may in fact miss?
No, because we published it for 6 p.m., so everyone should be here.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on the agenda approval. Yep, I hear you. All right, ayes have it unanimously, so moved, 7-0. With that, we will move into the proclamation recognition and the Public Works Safety Committee 2024-2025 work plan. Yes, sir. Thank you for being here, Mr. Green. Jim Wood. It's going to be a long one, guys. Get ready.
It's going to be long. I'm going first. I get to get out of here, so enjoy it tonight. So, Mayor and Council, good evening. Thanks for having me before you tonight to talk about our successes or not from our 2024 work plan and our new 2025 work plan. So in your packet, you have our new 2025 plan signed and approved by my committee. I did add one thing to that, which is the motions we did last year. You can see what was completed, what was not. No big things other than the e-bike motion, which I'll talk about later. And we had originally encumbered $64,500 for the pedestrian crosswalk on Airport Road for the linear trail. According to the note I got from Crystal this afternoon, $54,000 has been spent, but it's actually city money and not mine. So I have to find out exactly where I'm at, and I'll get back to you on. But we've got a couple of rapid flashing beacons in the works right now, so we'll be spending probably $20,000 to $30,000 on those over the next couple of months. So in our work plan, my 7 broad goals remain as they've always been. And for those in the audience that don't know, we provide a citizens venue for bringing community issues forward. We review plans as needed, whether they're city mobility or other plans for safety issues. Speed humps come to my committee. LSV e-bikes and associated issues come to my committee. We have, each one of my committee members has an area around town where we drive around, which we're doing right now, looking for things that are broke, not working, overgrown, and trying to get those things turned in so they can be cleaned up. One of our focuses right now is what we call vision triangles, especially with the e-bikes. Being faster, you need to be able to see further when you're coming to an intersection or a ingress and egress point for a neighborhood, so making sure things are cleared out, hopefully. And we also get our standard 100 grand a year for safety type items if we spend it. If not, that money is usually rolled back into our R&R for street resurfacing. We did add one thing this year, so I know that one of y'all's goals was to have the committees take a more active role in their own agendas. So our cutoff for our committee is the last Tuesday of the month. I then go in at 7 o'clock the next morning and tackle Mr. Bodie. We go through everything and see what's there and put our agendas together. Getting those out in a timely manner is still a work in progress, but that'll get done too. For 2025, just a couple things I want to mention. We had looked at e-bikes over several meetings. We actually did a motion, and I have not closed the door. I've got to see Ms. Kopp again. I've told the city manager I want to talk to him and probably go by and see our city engineer and our new community development director also, which have not been involved in this yet. Three things we looked at. We have an old ordinance from 2018 for e-scooters. Back then, e-scooters was the rage, and they came about as fast as they went, and they were gone. But we did outlaw the rentals in town of those. Now, the way we define e-scooters, it was with seats, I think, and without. The with seats begs the question, does that mean e-bikes too? So we'd like to make it more specific in there. And if we update the ordinance, we can also put a speed limit in there if we want to. And we've talked about anywhere from 12 to 15. Most e-bikes you purchase have speedometers on them. They're fairly easy to set, so it shouldn't be too hard. I have noticed on Airport Road, we had big issues probably 4 months ago with really high-speed e-bikes on the sidewalks. I've seen a marked decrease myself. I know I worked with Dr. Young. We sent out flyers to the top 10 to 15 businesses in town, a stack of flyers for each one of them. I also took them to a chamber and put them on their website. I've taken them to a few other churches around town. So I think the word is getting out. And if you put a speed limit on there that doesn't, it's tough to enforce. So, if you put a speed limit out there, are some folks going to follow it? Some folks will. If it's one more than does it now, maybe that's good enough. We'll see how that goes. But I've seen a marked decrease in issues so far. Still some other issues around town. To me, mainly vision triangle centered more so than just e-bike centered. We did have a class on road conditions. Usually Public Services goes out and checks roads every year for cracks and other things. We had a class for our folks to make us more useful in that process. So now we're a whole lot smarter on how to do that, so we can help out now. We did have our open meetings and sunshine class from Ms. Trammell came and did that for us. We appreciate that. And right now we're doing our area reviews. I know I turned mine in a couple months ago. I focused on some simple things like the telephone and cable boxes in the right-of-way. In my neighborhood, there's a bunch of them on the ground. They're broke. They're open to the weather. They can't possibly be meant to be that way, so let's clean them up. And also the vision triangle issues. I know we've cleaned up one already. I've got another one that I'm working on now. And I will be back. Hopefully we're going to get this timeliness down next year where I come see you at the end of the fiscal year for the results and the beginning of the fiscal year for the new plan. I'm kind of combining it a little bit tonight. I will be back to see you at the end of the year for FY 2025 results. So subject to that, I will ask for any questions.
Just for anyone watching in the audience, what is a vision triangle one more time?
A vision triangle, so if you come to an ingress or egress or intersection, you're looking left to right for an e-bike on the sidewalk, and there's trees, poles, whatever in the way you can't see. With the speed of those things, your reaction time is that much slower if you can't see far enough.
Gotcha.
Trying to keep those areas cleaned out as much as possible so folks can see.
Gotcha. And I've had a couple of people, Larry, or maybe if someone wants to report something like this, I know it's kind of coming out of neighborhoods is probably going to be the primary issue.
That's the ones I want to get, exactly.
So with that, what would be the best way for us to field those if citizens are seeing this, on their commute, going to the store?
they can certainly email my office or Public Works office, and those links are on the website, and we'll be sure to give them the appropriate attention.
Gotcha. All right,
And
thank you.
I put some data out on nextdoor.com last time I saw that question. So I put a process out there for folks to be able to use. Includes the city website, numbers and contact for Mr. Bodie over at Public Services, for myself. So however we get it, we don't care as long as we get it.
Awesome. I just want to make sure when I field them, I want to make sure we get them to the right places. All right, I got a couple on the board for you. Councilwoman Trammell?
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Good job.
Thank you.
And I know your committee is extremely active. I just have one question for you. Do you have all of your members?
I'm missing one.
Okay. So how can we help you get that one?
We can appoint one.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not going to say who. I don't do that here, so.
I believe it's Mr. Bagby.
Cool.
All right.
And I would ask the e-bike motion that I mentioned, I'm going to be bringing that forward sometime soon. I need a legislative sponsor.
I'll be that sponsor.
I'll be glad.
Either one of you is perfect.
Believe
Thank
me,
you.
I've been bugging him enough about e-bikes.
Not a problem. Any other questions?
Oh, yes. Okay, she's good. Councilman Braden?
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Jim.
No problem.
Just for your info, a couple days ago, I did witness an e-bike right there on Airport Road run into a vehicle. He was eastbound, the vehicle was going westbound,
Is that the one that was on the road?
right there.
Okay,
Right
gotcha.
in front of your neighborhood.
Yep, I know where you're at. Okay.
Yeah, it was a juvenile on the e-bike, but he did get a little skint knee, not bad. But he did do about $1,000 worth of damage to the vehicle. But deputy did show up, there's a report on that.
Cool. Good.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilman Schmidt?
Mr. Wood, thank you as always. I appreciate your time and the committee's time. So you have a status of all of these important things y'all been doing, and they all say complete next to them,
And they're
which is
complete-
exciting.
Yeah, up to, I mean.
So I guess you mentioned the e-bike motion
Mm-hmm.
that we brought to you guys, which is one item, but what I am not seeing, unless I'm missing it, is there's goals for the committee. And those goals, I believe, are typically the same
I mean,
throughout the years.
Yes,
but
yes.
Are we missing the actionable items that y'all are working on to specifically do this coming year on this plan? Is that I'm missing?
I suspect you might be asking about the sheet that I saw after I had completed most of my work plan. There was a new sheet that I saw that I did not incorporate this year. I will do that next year. So when I look at my broad goals and objectives, if you look at my plan, there are some bulletized items underneath. Those are the things I look at under each one of those things for measuring what we do or don't do. That's the way I've done this for a while, and if you want me to do the individual sheets, I'm happy to do that.
Well, no,
But
it's
only
just
thing
like
that's-
the e-bike specifically isn't
Yep.
even mentioned in your work plan.
That's one of our goals, that's one of those broad goals and objectives is the e-bikes. Along with
Okay.
LSVs, that's all roll
I see
into
LSPs,
one.
maybe I missed the e-bikes, but I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that it wasn't missing, because I know that is a big item.
Yep,
So, thanks.
not a problem. Anything else?
All right, yep. Councilman Bagby?
So who is doing Area 7 until I can find somebody from Crystal Beach to fill that
Let's
bucket?
see. In fact, that's the one that I'm missing right now, I think.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Let me see. Let me look here. Hang on a second. Area 7. Where's my area at? Oh, yeah. There's nobody assigned to that one right now. So
Okay, that would be a wrong answer.
yeah, I understand
Don't be
that. So
passing the buck now.
I'd like to get my seventh person. We'll fix that problem for you. So, all right.
Councilwoman Hebert?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Jim, for the
problem.
report. I have a quick question on the LSVs. I know you've sent out the information to all the different resources about the e-bikes. Our LSVs, did you, by any chance, when we did put that as part of something we wanted to encourage, is there any word of, like, what you did for the e-bikes? Did you put anything out to those that are in charge of allowing those to be part of their rentals or part of their units, that you can't have children just in a regular seat belt? They need to be in a car seat. because I've seen a few and called Jason and had, like, hey, I got somebody here on Airport Road, there's 9 of them on a cart, and 5 of them are under the age of 4.
Well, I mean, the flyers we just sent out were e-bike specific, not
Right,
so much
but that's what I'm
LSV. Now, we
saying.
we
Have
go
you-
back and do some more on LSVs.
I would strongly encourage you to do that.
That's easy
because
enough, so.
And they don't know. When they pulled over at the light and I let them know, did you know your kids really need to be in a car seat? They were like, what? They're in a seatbelt? I'm like, this is like a car,
Yeah,
but
it is.
worse. So, yeah, so if you could make that part of maybe some of the information that you put out,
Can
I think
do.
that would help us stop the amount of people that have too many young kids on theirs, okay? Thanks, Jim.
Done, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, the board's cleared. Final words?
All good, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Mayor, I move that the City Council approve the Public Works Safety Committee 2024 Annual Report and 2025 Work Plan.
Second.
All right, I got a motion, second. Any further discussions? Seeing none, Ray, please call the vote.
My mouse fell asleep, sir.
Yeah, so is my leg. All right, you want a vocal? Oh, there you go. All right, with that, my last comment to that is, I guess if you want something done, give it to an Army man. So appreciate your service on both sides. All right, with that, we'll move on. Public comments, I'm going to make one housekeeping rule here. If you're here for anything on the public hearing portion of things, AKA the docks or crosstown connector, I'm going to ask that you please hold your public comments for that specific time. There will be a public comment window for each of those discussions labeled under public hearing. So I'm going to open the public comments at this time, and if you have anything to do or any kind of discussion that you would like to have with us, please hold if it's on any of the topics from the public hearing. With that, I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to start on my left, y'all's right. Does anyone here wish to speak on the public comment, not anything related to the docks? Yes. And then just hit the gray button. It'll turn red. You don't need to hold it. Name and address, and the floor is yours.
Okay, Joanne Bouchelon. I live in Marina Acres on Planet Drive. I think we've seen a couple of tragedies here in town over the past week, Panama City especially. 2 children, 10 years old, that have drowned. I'm going to leave that to let that investigation and everything go. But the other issue that I'm here for, and I'm pretty passionate about, is we had an incident at the airport with the helicopters. And I know that Destin and the city of Destin does not control the FAA, the airspace, or the county. But every time we have an election cycle that comes up, you guys ask for our votes. I'm here asking for your help. We live in a neighborhood and we have concerns, and it's not just the noise. It's now a safety issue for us also. I have these helicopters that are flying over my backyard 7 to 8 minutes apart. They start at 8:30 in the morning and they continue till after dark. I want to know if the city of Destin or anybody here is willing to help the residents of this town that have safety concerns. I can choose where I drive. I can choose to ride an LSV or not. I can choose to get into a boat. What I can't choose is a helicopter flying low over the top of my house. Is there anybody here that is willing to help us? Because I understand we now have the FAA and the NTSB that's conducting an investigation. And I understand you can't get in the middle of that investigation, but I really think now is the time, and it's actually past time, to stop talking about this and let's try to do something. I'm asking for either a committee, an airport committee, and I know some people are not for committees, but either an airport authority committee to be established, and I got up here previously and asked about this, and I did get some good feedback. Either a committee, or can we get the NTSB, the FAA, the tour company, the citizens, the county, and a representative from the city to get everybody together for a town hall, a meeting, and let's start opening this discussion to see what we can come up with for solutions. I don't think it's asking too much, but like I said, we do our civic duty and get out there and vote for you guys. It's not just me. There's a lot of people, and this has been going on for many, many years, and we really do need to do something about it, and it starts with talking.
3 minutes, wrap it up, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. All right, if everyone's speaking, please name and address before you begin.
Press the button.
Yeah, hit the gray button, it'll turn red, yep, there you
So I
go.
have a request, it's 3 minutes each, right?
Yes.
So mine goes a little bit longer and his is a little shorter. Can I just conjoin the 9 minutes?
Let's figure out where this goes. Go ahead.
Freedom of speech? Ooh. Okay, so I don't feel comfortable giving my address. There's a family here that has stalked and harassed us. We had a restraining order on. I'll gladly give it to you privately if that's okay.
1 second. Ms. Kopp?
You're a resident of the city?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Brittany Lee. I'm here tonight because the city of Destin is enforcing rules that it has no legal authority to act. Let me be clear, Sampson and Cody companies are vending ice cream only below the mean high water line on state-controlled land. Under Florida law, this area is outside the city's jurisdiction. The mean high water line, which is state-owned land held in public trust under Article X, Section 11 of the Florida Constitution, states, the title to lands under navigable waters, including beaches below the mean high water line, is held by the state in trust for all the people. This means the city has no jurisdiction over operations below this line. And Destin knows this. You own public.
Suspend for just a second. Can y'all start the timer?
Ray?
Yeah, Ray, the timer's not running.
Oh, good.
Guitar. Yeah, there you go. There's
Made
your
my
right.
day. God's
There you
good.
go, magic.
And Destin knows this. Your own public information director, Tamara Young, stated to Destin Log, the water is not in our jurisdiction. No different than what we face in not commenting on what takes place just out of our jurisdiction on land. Your own shoreline has an erosion control line established by the state, marking where city's jurisdiction ends. That line has been repeatedly reinforced with federal and taxpayer-funded beach restoration projects multiple times over the past 19 years. The state and federal government have been poured millions into managing these beaches, not the city of Destin. So when your code officers come down to the shoreline, start writing tickets threatening lawful state businesses and inventing ordinances that don't apply, you're not just overstepping, you're violating the law. The city of Destin has no legal authority to regulate or enforce ordinances on those submerged lands, and continuing to do so is just overreach. It's unlawful. We are fully licensed by the state of Florida. The citations and harassments we've endured are baseless. And let's talk about President. Gulfstream's Ice Cream has been vending on these beaches for over 20 years. The city has had no issue. There was no citations, no legal threats, no so-called code violations. But the moment my family starts doing the same thing legally, and the moment the Rainbow Frost ice cream lawsuit lands on your desk, suddenly the city springs into action. But this goes far beyond citations. We had to file a restraining order against multiple family members with the Rainbow Frost ice cream, the same individual behind the lawsuit, because they were stalking us, showing up outside our home wearing ski masks in the middle of the night and threatening to stab and kill us because if we didn't get off their beach. William Ellison even attempted to run me and my unborn child over in the middle of the street in broad daylight. That's not only criminal behavior, it's terrifying, and yet the city continues to act like we're the problem. But this goes beyond harassment. After threatening to call CPS and take my child away, your code officer forced us into unsafe waters, and I was stung by a stingray. I'm sure you saw it on YouTube, millions of views, with a barb going through my ankle as a direct result. I suffered daily nerve damage because of the negligence of your code officer that is forced upon us. After the stingray incident, code Officer Riley Wilson, afraid of getting sued, told us in a meeting would be scheduled with the mayor, the city manager, the city attorney, and the council. I filed formal complaints, made multiple requests for that meeting. I was completely ignored. No one followed up. You didn't want a resolution. You wanted us gone. And let's address the elephant in the room, Dewey Destin, councilman. who has a competing snowball business named after him on his restaurant property, voted to spend over $30,000 of your taxpayer dollars to pursue enforcement in an area that's not even under your legal control. This is textbook conflict of interest, and if this council continues to fund or act on it, it may become a matter of public ethics or complaints or worse. We came here to do the right thing. We got licensed, we followed the law, and we asked more than once to sit down with the city in good faith. Instead, you met with silence, harassment, and enforcement far beyond what your jurisdictions allow. We've done nothing wrong. We are being treated as if we have simply because it's politically convenient. This isn't about public safety, it's about protecting a monopoly. Rainbow Frost Ice Cream filed a lawsuit. Councilman Dewey Destin has a competing snowball business on his property, voted to spend $30,000 in taxpayer money, y'all, to push out legal vendors. This is conflict of interest, and it's an effort to control the market under the banner of government. But here's what you need to remember. I'm a disabled combat army veteran. I served this country to defend freedom and capitalism, not to come home and be punished by a city to control who gets to concede. You're not enforcing the law, you're trying to crush competition. In doing so, you're treading on a very freedom I fought to protect. What we're asking for is simple. Apply the law where it actually applies, respect the limits of your authority, and stop allowing personal agendas to dictate public policy. I still believe this council can do the right thing and choose integrity over influence. God bless you.
Thank you. Sirs?
He has a video he would like to show you. You want to state your name?
Yeah. State your name. Cody Thomas, 314 Tequesta Drive.
You could just listen.
Some vendors have been spotted selling things like ice cream.
This vendor is doing it in this wet sand water area of the beach.
That wet sand water area, though it is a part of Navarre Beach, is technically state property, Baker says, because it's not regulated by the county.
That was posted last week to Navarre News.
I'm telling you.
This is your code officer 2 days after I had a stingray go into my ankle. This is what he had to say on the beach to me.
Telling you personally, we're trying to figure out. Everything is semantics, you know. I'm just trying to.
Oh no, I know you.
I'm just trying
Maybe
to
you should lay off. Maybe you should lay off.
I am.
Okay, I appreciate that.
That's why I said I literally just talked to this manager. I'm trying to set up.
But you gotta understand, for my friend to take my child away and I step on a stingray.
I would never.
I have an infection now. Like,
I think you could do. I think he's trying to. What I'm trying to do is set up a meeting between. I want everyone. I want all the Thomases, Thomas Island, Ohana. I want Gulfstream, anybody who wants to vend on the beach to meet with the city attorney, and we can try to figure out exactly. Once the city attorney gets everything drafted up, so we can, you know.
Because I had tons of paperwork. I surveyed the beach. I hired someone to measure. You guys don't own a water.
Oh, we know. Exactly. That's
like, why are you pushing us out to the water then?
No, we're trying to enforce from the mean low water line.
But that's not knee deep. Where this whole knee deep, mean water, whatever, is not knee deep. So why are you saying, why do I have to get stung by a stingray? It's barb going in my freaking ankle. Why? You're just literally saying the knee water line is not knee deep. So make it make sense. Because Troy is the one that came up with the knee deep. I went in there last year, I have him on camera saying, I said, can I see where it says knee deep? He said, it's not. I make it up. It's what I say. It's knee deep because I say it's knee deep.
Troy no longer works.
So why is it, exactly, so why is his rule still in effect? That's where the whole knee deep thing is. Gulfstream's been out for 30 years.
Sir, are you yielding our time to you?
Yeah, this is the rest of my time now.
All right.
Hi. Samson Thomas, 5571 Maggie Road Circle.
Now this beach.
I understand that.
It wasn't until the Thomases came out that it became an issue.
You guys are good. I watched Samson.
Yeah, I mean, we do our best.
I watched
The water pushes you out and in. It's not like we're trying to.
No.
We spent thousands of dollars to follow. We want to follow the rules.
You guys.
But when it's like becoming very vague and one is not even right, the knee deep is. We've just been doing it, but now it's getting out of hand. Like we know you guys are wrong.
I watched Cody and Samson. They were both good, and then I watched it was David and Aisha.
Yeah.
And they were good.
Yeah.
So I got no issue with it.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, everybody's doing what they're supposed to do.
That's what we want to do, but we also know that it's not right. That you guys, the whole needy thing is made up. Because Brian Davis literally said, it's what I say. It's not written, it's what I say. And Troy, both of them, I have them both on camera. I said, can I see the law where it says you own up to knee deep? He said, there is no law. It's what we say.
All right.
Do you have anything to say?
Oh, yeah, actually. So I have how much time? So when we first came out, we started walking on the beach for 3 weeks. No one said nothing. They said hi. We were in the wet sand. Everything was fine. For 3 weeks, everything was fine. Code said hi. Everything, sheriff said hi. Everything was fine. Rainbow Frost started making false complaints. You guys came out there and smacked tickets down us. So we built carts, spent thousands of dollars to go knee deep because you guys said go knee deep. You don't want us to swim with the sharks. But yeah, we came out this year. You pushed us out with the sharks, got stung by stingrays. Beyond waist deep, which was negligent, and it's maliciousness. And now that all this is happening and you're pushing us up waist deep and you guys don't own the water, if you don't own the water, and why are we getting ticketed every day? Nothing's changed. We were in the water, just like last year we got confused because you guys said it's the wet stand and then changed it to it's knee deep. And then other code would come out and say, oh no, it's the wet stand. You guys 5 different decisions from different codes, so we were getting confused. But now we built carts, spent thousands of dollars to build carts to go up all the way up into the water. Code, you heard him. He said, well, okay, everything's okay. But bam, 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 $5,000 in tickets, $12,000 in tickets. How in the world are we getting $12,000 in tickets when we're in the water and you guys don't own it? So if you guys don't own the water, that'd be like me going to Walton County if I worked for you guys for the code, going to Walton County and writing tickets all day. You guys don't own the water. You don't own, you guys don't, you heard what he said, and we know the rules. We know it's below the high line. We know, you guys know this, so why do we have $10,000, $15,000 in tickets at our door? All of a sudden, because you guys are getting sued. When we were fine for 1.5 years, we were out there every day, up to our knees, every day. Got cuts in my arms, working out there to hold that cart up there every day. But now we got $15-something thousand in tickets. Does not make sense, we don't understand why. And we're totally confused, because nothing's changed. We've been in the water.
Is doing it. What is your
correct
problem?
way.
It's because he owns something ice cream and because she's suing you.
That's the only thing we can think of.
And we know why. And that's, you guys are treading and you're treading really hard. I sacrificed my life for this country and I don't appreciate it.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
Ma'am?
No.
I have it. Excuse me?
No, we're not engaging.
You're allowed to quiet us now?
We're not engaging.
Just tonight only,
Country.
though?
This is a free country.
We're not engaging.
Next meeting, too?
We're not engaging.
Okay, fantastic. Let's just do that every meeting, then.
Well, Kevin, they do have, there are code enforcement hearings tomorrow where both sides will have some due process, and that's a public meeting if you want to attend.
Sure, the public would love to hear from its counsel after 9 minutes of that. So why can't the council talk? I'm sure these
Because there's
people
a
want to know
judicial
why.
hearing. Yeah. There's a judicial hearing. Anyone else?
Carrie Harbarger, 307 Mountain Drive. So apparently, and who may not understand, and I understand you can't make comments about this and there's a lawsuit, but what they don't know is just exactly what I told you. I've contacted the DEP. We have a director, her name is Elizabeth Orr, and she actually has assistants. And our city manager has spoke to that office, but I spoke to them first. The DEP was very clear, and I have supplied you the documents that I received in 2004. The DEP was very clear that they wanted the city of Destin, they hold title, that's what those documents, those DEP documents, they hold title on that property, but they expect you to execute your ordinances to their property. The only oversight the DEP is going to do is with docks and buildings. They expect you to apply your ordinance to their property that you make money on. Now, with that being said, it is no different than what you make me do. You have either an easement or right away, whatever it is in my front yard goes halfway into my yard. I'm responsible to maintain the city's property. I use it for my benefit. The DEP said there's no difference. They do have title, but they expect you. That's why you saw when those attached beach management rules came with that DEP form. That's what you submitted to the DEP, how you were going to handle their property that you benefit off of. They're wrong. They do hold title to it, but they told you, and that what they don't know is you're expected to hold your rules and your ordinances on their property. Any questions? And nobody harassed those people. So They're here illegally. They're getting the fines because they've been told repeatedly, and they did not invent the wheel. You can ask Kelly Gates and Dave Bazelak. I tried to hawk snow cones on the beach 20 years ago, and that was a big no, and it was out of respect, because truth is, my boundaries don't not permit me to. But out of respect, it was all agreed, we're not wanting to harass people at their beaches. Nobody wants, just like the Cajun, I love his food, but he's hawking Cajun sausages on the beach this past weekend. You start that, I'm doing Jell-O shots, you really want to start that if we're going to open it up, but what they don't know is that we hold the jurisdiction over that property even though the state holds title. They expect it from you. Actually, they demand it from you.
Anyone else here? Public comments, not on public hearing. Yes, sir. Yeah, just hit that gray button. Yep.
Yeah, my name
and
is
address.
Mike Mulberry. I lived in Destin for a number of years.
And
Kelly
address, please.
Plantation.
Okay.
I read an article the other day that we as citizens have right to 15 slips at the Destin Harbor.
Sir, I'm going to have to stop you there. We're going to have to wait for the public hearing to have those public comments discussed.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comments at this time, and we'll go to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as is.
Do I hear a second? I have a second from Councilwoman.
Sorry, second.
I'm about to call you something else again. All right, with that, any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Ayes have it, 7-0. Moving on, City Manager, Mr. Larry Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Item 4A is Mr. Mike Caraway is here to have a conversation with council about our medical insurance renewal, including some information about the difference card and how that'll impact our upcoming rates.
Hey, Mike, thanks for being here. Hit that mic and the floor is yours.
Got it. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight and being early on the agenda. I appreciate that. I'm here, as you mentioned, about the group medical renewal. We want to spend most of the time, and I know I'm limited to 15 minutes, so I'm going to have to do this as quick as possible to cover a lot of information. To kick it off, let me just tell you where we started. I know last year we talked about level funding and looking at the League of Cities plans and moving to a partially self-funded plan. That's still the game plan. However, after the renewal we received from Blue Cross Blue Shield this year, which started at just over 20%, we negotiated it down to 15. We went out to market, we looked at all available carriers. Aetna, United Healthcare, League of Cities, CHA America, all the available markets. Everyone declined to quote on us due to our ongoing medical conditions, and except for United Healthcare. So we shared that information. United Healthcare came in very competitive. They were about 7% below Blue Cross Blue Shield's PPO renewal and about 14% below on the high deductible HSA plan. So to even drive that down more, I met with Mr. Jones, met with Jamie and the executive team, Mr. Bagby, to come up with a better solution to negate this increase as much as we could, even staring at the medical conditions that we had and have. So we came up with a solution to roll out the difference card. And I have a young lady on the phone with us, I believe. Her name's Ashley. She's with the difference card. I'm going to go through this presentation. There's Ashley. Thank you for being here this evening. You guys may have some questions that I'm not able to answer. I feel good that I can probably cover most, but you guys have thrown me a curveball or two in the past. I want to be able to make sure I answer those tonight accurately. So with that said, the difference card works in conjunction with your health plan. Okay, it's called a MERP. It's a medical expense reimbursement plan. And what this allows you to do, it allows you to go with a higher out-of-pocket expense plan that you're paying to your Blue Cross, United Healthcare, and then this program comes in and complements that and backfills the increased deductibles and co-insurances. Right now, you all have an extremely competitive benefit plan with Florida Blue. As you know, the deductibles are very low on the PPO plan. The copays are very low. We have the most participation in that plan. And then we also have a high deductible health plan that's been around since about 2008, and we have about 25% of the population of employees on that plan, as well as we make our HSA contributions to those employees to kind of bridge the gap in the premium difference to keep it equivalent for all employees. The problem with that strategy is that, number one, you're fully insured. And it's just not sustainable being fully insured and having those low deductibles. You're always going to be staring at, 8, 10, 15% rate increases, which we've had to deal with, and compounding that on top of already high premiums, it's just not a long-term play. So what do? If we can't get quotes from other markets, we have to come up with a solution, be forward-thinking, think out of the box, and that's what the difference card does. It's been around since 2018. It's part of the tax code. And it's a proven platform to help employers just like yourself, be it government, public sector, or private sector groups, to help mitigate these high premiums and large increases that we seem to get from all the Blue Crosses, United, Cignas, and Aetnas. So with that said, what if we go into this program, which I strongly encourage you all to do, it's going to, improve the benefits for the employees, right, where the majority of them are on the PPO plan. Those that are on the high deductible health plan with the HSA, which I don't want them to migrate if that's a good fit for them, because there's a lot of advantages to having an HSA. It's going to keep them whole on their plan. Okay, so we're not going to take anything away from the employees. What we are going to do is we're going to drop the premium significantly for the city of Destin. Also, we're going to drop the premiums for the employees that have employee spouse, employee children, and family coverage. So that's a very difficult task to do, right? So how do you do it? You come up with a program like the difference card to help backfill that, because 80% of your claims are driven by 20% of your population. The Pareto principle is in full effect as it pertains to medical insurance, without a shadow of a doubt. So when you have these rich plan designs and these high premiums, 80% of your employees aren't even hitting their deductible on an annual basis, yet we're paying the carrier those premiums that we never get back. There's no opportunity for us to win. There's no surplus opportunity. So with that said, if we can move to the next slide, please. We're going to talk really quick. I know I'm limited on time, so we're going to talk about the solution. I'm going to show you the financial exhibits that we put together for you, the funding reporting, and the member experience. Really high level. Next slide, please. How does the difference card work? So I've already spoke on this in the initial comments, but essentially what's going to happen is you're going to purchase a revised plan. It's going to be one plan that's going to be offered through United Healthcare. We think that it's the time to move to United Healthcare, which we've been with before. Their network is very good in Northwest Florida and nationally. It's the largest PPO network in the country. So we're going to advise you to move to that. We're going to offer one plan instead of two plans. Okay, so it's going to be a high deductible health plan. Those that want to stay on the PPO plan with no HSA, they can do that. And we'll show you how it works in just a moment. And then those that want to stay on the HSA plan and take advantage of that account, we're going to keep the plan compliant to allow them to receive contributions and make contributions to the health savings account. So that's first and foremost. The premium savings on this, which you'll see in just a moment, an annual savings on this, guaranteed annual savings too, by the way. This is not a projected savings. This is a guaranteed annual savings. And then we're going to talk about how the difference card works when an individual goes and receives care, whether it's at the doctor's office, the lab, the hospital, whatever it may be. So we'll talk about that. And that's how the difference card works. If you'll go to the next slide, please. This is what they'll receive. Every employee here will receive a debit card, a difference card. So when they go in to receive care at White Wilson here on Airport Boulevard, which is where I go, Airport Road, I'm sorry, they'll go in there, and if the copay today, if they're on the traditional PPO plan and they go see a doctor at White Wilson Medical Center, they pay a $25 copay. That's the way the plan works today. With this plan, if they're on that same program, Same program. They're going to go to that facility, they're going to give them this debit card, and they're going to swipe the debit card that we're the city of Destin's funding, and they're going to have zero out-of-pocket expense on that PPO plan. Right now, they have a $25 copay. If they go see a specialist, they have a $50 copay, which is extremely low. I promise you it is. If they go see a specialist, they're going to pull out their difference card, they're going to swipe it, and they're going to have a zero out-of-pocket expense. So on this plan, single employees, they're going to have $3,500 that we're going to fund into this difference card that they're going to be able to use first before they have a first dollar expense. That's a great thing. And then on the HSA plan, the high deductible plan, they'll receive a card after they've met their deductible, because to be a qualified plan under the HSA rules, they have to meet a certain dollar amount, their deductible, to be eligible to receive health savings contributions. So again, it works seamlessly. It is going to be an extra step for the employees because they're going to have to, you have an extra card in their pocket besides the United Healthcare card. But other than that, it'll be a seamless process for them. They go to the pharmacy, same thing. Hospitalization, same thing. So it works very, very well.
5 minutes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, next slide, please. We talked about that. I'll shoot over that. I want to get into the financial exhibit. So the next slide, please. Okay, so here's where your current costs are. 1.4 million, 31,911. We negotiated the renewal down to just at a 14% increase. So the renewal costs were going to 1,631,338. By moving to United Healthcare, by moving to United Healthcare in the one single plan, our revised fixed costs, the carrier cost, and the difference card administrative fees are $1,085,19. Significant savings. Then you have your revised max cost. That revised max cost is what you have to fund the claims card for to pay for expenses, co-pays, so on and so forth. So your cost there, revised worst case scenario, is $1,235,296. So considerably less than your current cost. And as far as your renewal costs are concerned, it's going to save you close to $400,000 over what Blue Cross Blue Shield was proposing. Improving the benefits for the employees as far as what their out-of-pocket expenses are, lowering the premiums, not just for the city of Destin, but for the employees, what they have coming out of their pocket. So the next slide. I know this is tough to see, but this is just kind of an outlay of the plan design that we're moving to. It's difficult to see, but just understand that what happens on the PPO plan, again, we're going to give those employees that are single $3,500. Those employees that are family, we're going to give them $7,000 to help meet those deductibles and out-of-pocket expenses. And then once they go through that, they'll have the same out-of-pocket expense that they have today. Some employees are never going to burn through that money, right? Because they just don't have those expenses. And the ones that do and the ones that are, high utilizers, because we're all going to have that turn in the barrel, if you will, they'll have no more out-of-pocket expense than they have today. It'll be the same experience that they have on the current plan. And then the next slide. This is the high deductible health plan. Again, it's administered differently. So they have the first out-of-pocket expense on the deductible, just like they do today. Anything above what their deductible is that they have currently is going to be funded by the difference card on the back end. So they will have no more out-of-pocket expense than they have currently, with much lower premiums than we have under the Blue Cross Blue Shield plan. Let's see, move on, and then to the next slide. This is just a projection. If we were to stay on this path that we're on right now, in 5 years, the projected savings, if we're just getting trend increases, which trend, depending on who you ask, medical inflation is about 8%. If you stay on that path, projected savings by using the difference cards around $2.3 million on what the city's spending today. So it's big numbers. It's taking control of your health plan. It is a great first step to moving to level funding and partially self-funding. Great first step. At the end of the year, the money that we put into the claims bucket to pay for these claims, if our claims exceed that amount, we pay no more money. We have Assurant A+ carrier that's reinsuring that. However, if we do have a balance in that account at the end of the year, once it trues up, 100% of those funds come back to the city. Okay, it does not stay with the carrier, which is where we are now. Okay?
Mike, final thoughts on the project? I got a couple discussions.
Yeah,
from
go
up here.
ahead. Is everybody good with that explanation of where we are? Okay, fantastic.
Awesome. Councilwoman Aber.
Thanks, Mayor. My question is you're saying that there's no deductible for the employee. Like, if they're in this plan with this card, they don't have to hit like a $2,000 out-of-pocket deductible to advance with this card and get free medical, basically, based on what comes out of their paycheck.
First $3,500 of eligible medical expenses only are covered by the difference card.
Got it.
Where right now they have to pay co-pays and pharmacy co-pays and deductibles.
Right.
If they exhaust the $3,500 as a single person only, once that's exhausted, then yes, they would have a deductible and they would have responsibilities up to their current out-of-pocket max they have today.
Okay, so you're saying the single. So what if we got a member with a wife and a newborn baby?
We double everything.
So it becomes $7,000
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
card, plus another $3,500 for the child?
No, it's $7,000 total for the family because your
Family. So
deductible. Yes,
it's a member and the family. So it's a member's $3,500. If they have family, whether it's wife and kid, wife and 6 kids.
Right.
That's another $3,500 period.
Correct, because if
Okay.
you look at your plan design, you have a $5,000
Yes.
and a $10,000 for full
For
family.
deductible.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Perfect. That's excellent.
Okay.
I'm glad we're going to move to this.
Yes.
Councilman Bagby.
Mike?
Yes, sir.
Jamie, Larry, thank y'all very much. Great job, great work, and, we've talked numerous times, so
We have.
I'm just going to go ahead and move to direct staff in Centria to move forward with the implementation of the difference card program as a health reimbursement arrangement in conjunction with the most competitively priced high deductible base plan.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I have a couple more discussions. Larry?
If I might just add that we recognize that this will be a different mechanism for our staff, but between Mr. Caraway, United Healthcare, and the difference card folks, they've all agreed that we will make this as seamless as possible and make sure everybody understands how this thing works moving forward.
Okay. Councilman Schmidt?
Mike, thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
I don't really like insurance. It's always so tough and confusing. I guess I'm just curious, since 2018 this program's been in effect, why now? Why not last year whenever the cost increased? Why not the year before when the cost increased? Why not the year before that? Why now? What's the benefit for y'all, for who, for what?
No, it's a great question, and I appreciate that question. It's been around, MERP's been around since the 70s. It's been a part of the tax code, but has it been folded into medical plans like it is today or since 2018? No. So, that's 7 years ago. We've been placing business with them for probably the last 18 months. So it's a relatively new product for our agency here, is the reason why we didn't talk about it last year or years prior. So it's something that, we wanted to get some legs underneath it, make sure that we had some good references that we could take it to locally, just so you all know, and I know Mr. Bagby mentioned it, we just moved DAG to this, the architectural firm, and their employees, we just went through the enrollment, the employees are absolutely thrilled with it. So, and then our other agencies that we have across the 28 states and we do business with, has had huge success with it. So that's why we're rolling it out at the time that we are now. Yes, sir.
Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. I went through switching insurance companies a couple of times while on the school board. The biggest problem we had was the difference in the providers, and that caused us the most problem. As they may well have very close, but they're not always the same. So
Right.
an employee will come across the fact that their doctor's not in it anymore.
Right.
Which can be substantially more expensive. What do we do when somebody can't go to their doctor anymore?
I think, I feel comfortable that United Healthcare's Choice Plus network matches up very well with Blue Options network. However, we can never guarantee that a hospital or a medical group is going to agree to the terms, or on the other side, the carrier is going to agree to what the facilities want. Most recently, UF system in Shands fell out of favor with United Healthcare. It kept them, it took them 90 days after the termination date to get it worked out. Same thing with Ascension, Sacred Heart, and Blue Cross Blue Shield. So those things do occur, but I think that you're going to find the overlap in the network between the two very common. And actually, if you ask United Healthcare, their network's larger, and Blue Cross is in Northwest Florida. So we will the key to this, Mr. Destin, the key to it, everyone on the panel, is we have to communicate this properly. We are going to not only do our group meetings for this program, but we're going to do individual, sit down with every employee and go through this program so everyone's 100% comfortable with the plan that they choose, how it works, their network, pharmacy, the whole, everything that's bundled into that. We're going to make sure that those employees walk away with a good feeling about the new program.
And we also had a medical card, the last policies we had with the school board. And it worked pretty well. Most people, as you say, didn't use it. I still had $2,000 credit on mine when I left.
Yeah.
Now, the problem, though, is, and I understand the concept of how you save money with that card, because most people will never spend all their money.
Right.
But folks who have catastrophic illnesses,
Right.
they're the outlier. You know, somebody that runs up $1 million in medical expenses and a whole bunch of deductibles they're supposed to meet, and you run through your $3,500. What do you do then?
So again, the health insurance plan's still in place. That's going to be the first card they give the provider. They're going to file a claim just like they do today. Whatever that expense is for that visit is going to come out of the difference card, as we mentioned, for the first $3,500. Everything above that number to the plan maximum would be the responsibility of the employee, which in this case is exactly what their out-of-pocket is today. So what we're doing with the difference card, which, you know, 75% of the employees on the traditional PPO, we're covering that first dollar expense for them, which they don't have right now. So it's going to really be a better program for all employees, and then those employees that do have chronic conditions, high-cost pharmacy expenses, whatever it may be, they're still going to be made whole on where they sit today.
Well, it appears that we're going to a much higher deductible under this plan.
We are, yes, sir.
And so that means you have a much more exposure to higher costs. I understand how the card works, but there's a savings in here for the insurance company and for us, or this couldn't happen.
Right.
So those higher deductibles can get quite catastrophic.
They can.
With these very bad diseases. So we're trading, we're offloading that to try to save some money. But I'm not so sure that folks who have these really serious illnesses and are going to now have a much higher deductible, much higher out-of-pocket, it can work out so well for them. The folks who don't have that, yeah, it's going to save them money. It's going to save us money. It's going to save the insurance company money.
Sure.
And it's just unfortunate that we have to go and play that game to get people's health covered.
Yeah.
And we're going to make the best guess we can, but you don't save money with insurance companies unless they're saving money.
Well, just as a quick example, and you're absolutely right. When you go to high deductibles and you don't have something to backfill it, then you're really putting people at that exposure, and I agree with you. But when you take your plan, and our individual deductible on this plan is $6,500. The difference card's paying the first $3,500. That leaves a balance to the employee of $3,000. And then the insurance company picks up 100% of it after that. So the employee's out-of-pocket expense today is a $500 deductible, 20% with a $3,000 out-of-pocket max. That's exactly what their exposure is today, and that's what it will be moving to this program.
Hope it works out.
Councilman Bagby, final thoughts?
Yeah, that was the point I was going to make on the maximum out-of-pocket is still the same.
That's correct.
Whether it's the old plan, and I shared your concern. The only thing I would remind us is I shared the concern when we flipped from United to Blue Cross, because it's always when you switch, but we're just going back to United. So some of these folks, of course, the doctors may have retired. I've got one getting ready to retire, but there is coverage. It's never going to be perfect.
Absolutely, and so you mentioned Okaloosa Schools. That is, fortunately, that's a client of mine, and they've been with United Healthcare since 2016, moving from Florida Blue, and they've been very happy with them. Very happy.
Yes, final thoughts here. We're able to cover people with those diseases that a lot of places don't cover. So
right.
I think we need to look at it that way.
Yeah.
We have people on staff that have serious diseases, and we're helping them.
We are.
We're covering them, and they wouldn't have any insurance if they were somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I don't want to slight the fact that, okay, they might have a different cost, but I still feel like we're doing what we can as a city to give them benefits they can't get anywhere else. And that's sometimes the best part about being part of our city staff is our benefits.
I
Maybe
agree.
the hourly wage is not like huge, but it's really good. But the benefits at the end of the day, if you add it all up, especially if you have kids, it's
It's
phenomenal.
big, yeah.
It's a big
You
change.
guys do a phenomenal job for your plan and the contributions you make to it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
More than most.
For someone who just cut off his fingertip,
Yeah,
I
I see
appreciate
that,
the
so-
insurance.
right, yeah. Make sure we
that
get
was
you the
fun.
accident
Yeah,
policy.
2
Yeah.
days ago, so that was fun. All right, with that, I got nothing on the board. I'm going to call the vote. We have a motion and a second.
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Ayes have it, so moved, 7-0. Mr. Larry Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4B is just an update that the cameras at Captain Royal Melbourne Park are up and running, and I think Andy's going to pull them up for us real quick, or we can show you individually, but got great quality video on those locations. There you go.
Andy, what's the resolution on that? Do you know?
I think it's 1080.
1080? Okay, HD. Okay.
And those are recording, and they will hold the recording for 30 days.
And what is the use for this?
I'm sorry?
What is the use for the people that are here?
We have issues with commercial use on some of our docks, and this is to provide evidence of those occurrences, to take the appropriate action when we do find that folks are using them not in accordance with our code.
Oh, thank you. Right. With that, do you need any further guidance?
No, sir, just to update and let you know we did get that accomplished for you.
Thank you, sir.
Item 4C is the CEI component of the Crosstown Connector project. We did a request for qualifications that we put out on the street. We received 6 respondents. One of those was found to be non-responsive, so the remaining 5 were scored by your staff through the bid committee. The top 3, the firms' rankings are in your packet. Typically, the council would request us to bring back the top 3 ranked firms, so those are indicated as Anchor CEI, Half Associates, and Volkert. If it would be your pleasure, a motion would be appropriate to bring those back for presentations at the next meeting.
Thank you, sir. With that, Councilman Bagby.
Mayor, I move that the council invite Anchor CEI, Half Associates, and Volkert to attend the council meeting and make presentations to the council as part of the RFQ 25-06-CD selection process.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. And for everyone wondering what this is going to be the people doing and creating the Crosstown Connector. All right, ayes have it, so moved, 7-0. Mr. Larry Jones.
Next item is again for Crosstown Connector. This is the award, the construction component of Phase 1. This will be the stormwater component that we were able to get separated out for procurement purposes. We got 2 bids. H&T provided a bid at $2.3 million and change. Gulf Coast Utility Contractors was $2.7 million and some change. Staff recommends that we award this contract to H&T. And just by way of information, the engineer's estimate was $2.4 million, and their bid is $2.383. So we would recommend we move forward with awarding this contract to H&T.
Councilman Bagby.
Mayor, I move the council award RFB 25-07-CM to H&T Contractors and request that the staff bring back a construction contract for council consideration.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Jones, after this goes through, if this goes through, what does the timeline look like for shovel-ready, shovels in the ground?
We'll have to get a contract, but the contract is in the works. We've actually provided it to H&T, anticipating that your action tonight would move that forward, so we've got a jump start on that. We hope to have you a contract back at the next meeting, and we'll have that information for you then.
Fantastic. Thank you. With that, I'll call the vote with the motion in a second, seeing no other discussion. Ayes have it, so moved. 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4E is for your consideration, the interlocal agreement with the county. attended the Board of County Commissioners meeting in Okaloosa County last week, where they graciously agreed to fund the $3.6 million of the total $4 million 20% match to the SS4A grant that we are applying for the underpass at the Stallman intersection. One change they did make was they changed the language to say near the Stallman intersection. So if there's some issue with getting right of way, we have a little latitude there to move it if we need to. But this is a great project. As you know, we're applying for that grant. The consultant's working on that. The deadline is June the 26th, so this is timely. This will be a major component of that grant application should you choose to approve it, and we would recommend you do.
Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to approve the interlocal agreement.
Yes, sir.
The recommended motion.
Councilman Destin's got a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any discussion? All
And
right.
I would just like to
Please.
thank the county and for stepping forward and help us with this project.
Yeah, absolutely. We really appreciate, this is going to be a tremendous partnership. Not only is this going to be a pedestrian safety improvement, but per the Florida Department of Transportation, this intersection is one of the most congested, which creates a lot of the backup, whether it's on the bridge or in West Destin, and a lot of that is to do with the pedestrian signal crossing. So saving up several minutes per hour allows traffic to move through and allows the pedestrians to be safer, not on the road. So with that, I will call without any other discussion. All right, ayes have it, so moved, 7-0.
That's all we have, other than a couple of announcements. One being Thursday is a holiday, June 13th, Juneteenth, if I can get that right, and the city offices will be closed. And you'll be receiving an email from Mr. Ray in short order reminding you that your Form 1s are due by the end of June.
Thank you. All right, with that, we are going to be moving to the public hearings and what I would consider the main event for tonight. And we're going to start with what you see is labeled as 5E, which is going to be Dev 001609 2025. Ms. Kopp.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a public quasi-judicial hearing regarding the submittal of a minor development order for an existing commercial marine construction project at 288 and 302 Harbor Boulevard. The application includes the reclassification and reassignment of allowable occupancy of the existing boat slips, and there is no proposed construction as part of this application. Before we move on to staff introducing the item and hearing from the applicant, I'm going to go down the council and confirm whether any of you have had any ex parte communications. So starting with Council Member Schmidt, have you had any ex parte communications outside of this public hearing?
Yes, ma'am. I have had conversations with citizens of Destin, residents, business owners. I've spoken with the property owners in the past about the docks, but nothing that I have spoken to will affect my decision based upon what's presented tonight.
Okay, thank you. And if the applicant has questions about any of these communications, they may ask you later so that they can have an opportunity to respond to some of the conversations you may have had. Councilmember Guile, have you had any ex parte communications relating to this application?
Yes, I have.
Can you describe them?
Citizen, business owner discussing some of the literature that was somewhat submitted here, partially submitted here, but nothing that's going to affect my decision.
Okay, thank you. Mayor?
Yes, we have been on the docks with the applicant, with you, their lawyers, and one of their applicants. And with that, we discuss the situation. Other than that, I've spoken to other business owners that are on the harbor, and none of that is going to affect my decision here tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hebert?
Yes, I've had conversations with citizens, business owners, some of the charter fishermen, and listened to the meeting that was held when the first council meeting came up about the docks and what was going to be taken care of. But I'm open-minded to hear what has to be said tonight. But I have had multiple conversations over the last couple of weeks.
Thank you. Councilmember Bagby?
No conversations. I did review the YouTube version of the council meeting where this was previously considered.
Thank you. Councilmember Destin?
Yes, I've had several citizens that have discussed the issue with me, but I intend to make my decision based on the evidence that is presented tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Trammell?
I have also viewed the video, and I also called Mr. John Stevens, who's the chairman of the Harbor CRA, and told him this involved the Harbor CRA, so he needed to be here. That was it.
Thank you. Councilmember Braden?
Yes, ma'am, I've spoken to one of the applicants, and we talked about transit slips, but that was prior to me having any knowledge of this coming about. I have no problem hearing this tonight and making a fair decision.
Okay, thank you. And you all have indicated that you will make your decision based on the evidence tonight and not on any prior communications you may have had. So the first thing I'm going to do is enter the city's exhibits into the record. This will include the staff report and all attachments thereto in tonight's city council agenda. Will include City of Destin building permits number 1903145 for 302 Harbor Boulevard and number 1903146 for 288 Harbor Boulevard. It will include the City of Destin building permit conditions dated 12/4/2019, correspondence from the City Community Development Department to Claude Perry dated December 18th, 2019 regarding the net positive environmental benefit for 288 and 302 Harbor Boulevard, the October 31st, 2019 permit application and associated correspondence between Douglas Matthews and Louis Sanguze, the two documents marked Figure 4 proposed site plan for Perry Docking Facility for 288 and 302 Harbor respectively, both dated January 2018. Is there any objection from the applicant? These documents were provided to you.
Dana Matthews, representing the applicant. We have no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Council, in 2019, the City Council approved a marine construction project, and a condition of the approval of that project was that the subject boat slips would be designated and used as public slips. Note that due to the current usage of the slips in violation of this condition of approval requiring 21 public slips, this property is currently the subject of a code compliance action. However, please do not let the code compliance status affect your decision tonight, and keep your decision based only on the evidence presented to you this evening. The applicant is currently seeking to obtain a development order and ultimately modify their existing permit, and staff will further introduce this item. We will play the video that several of you have referred to from the 2019 hearing when this was initially approved, and then we will hear from the applicant as well as the public. Mr. Butler?
Yes, thank you. So as Kim stated tonight, this is the applicant is proposing to redesignate the slips. Currently, the commercial dock was approved by City Council on January 7th, 2019, allowing for 18 commercial slips, 21 transient slips, and 1 water taxi slip. Tonight, the applicant is proposing to adjust these designations to accommodate 29 commercial slips, 6 transient slips, 1 water taxi slip, and 6 fueling slips. The details of these proposed changes are outlined in your staff report. So in 2019, there was a code section in our Land Development Code, section 11.0501N, which states that no dock shall be constructed or modified such that slip density exceeds 1 slip per 8 linear feet of waterfront footage. The 2 properties where this dock is located has approximately 260 feet of waterfront, which equates to about 32.5 slips. At the time of City Council approval on January 7, 2019, 11.0509B5 of the Land Development Code allowed for an exemption to the maximum slip density based on linear feet of waterfront for properties that are located in the South Harbor Mixed-Use Zoning District under the Tier 1 or Tier 2 development standards, and this project fell under that standard. They met 4 of the 5 criteria to be exempt from the slip density. The 5th criteria they partially met, and I'll read the 5th criteria. It states a minimum of 10% of the total number of slips in the project are set aside for fare-carrying boats, and another minimum 10% of the total slips are set aside for transient boats that are open to the public to promote non-automotive travel. And then it skips ahead. A minimum of 50% of the transient slips must be reserved for non-rental users. The remainder of the total 10% may be reserved for short-term rental users. The applicant failed to meet the 5th criteria with respect to the fare-carrying vessel minimum, 10%. However, they stated that they were providing a Public benefit over and beyond, since they're providing 21 transient slips for the public to use at a first-come basis. The council accepted this offer and approved the application on that basis. It is worth noting that that ordinance is no longer in our land development code, as it was removed in February of 2020. So as previously stated, the applicant is here this evening to redesignate the slip allowance or the slip usage of the existing commercial dock to include 29 commercial slips, 6 transient slips, 1 water taxi, and 6 fueling slips. These changes would reduce the number of transient slips on the property by 15, increase the commercial slips by 11, and add the 6 fueling slips. Also, the net positive environmental benefit was significantly reduced because of the public benefit that was being provided by these transient slips as approved. And as Kim stated, staff does have the video of the council meeting for everybody to view. And if anybody has any questions of staff, we are here to answer them.
And just one housekeeping item, if we could swear in anyone that's going to provide testimony. If you're going to provide testimony in this matter, please stand, unless you're an attorney representing the applicant. Okay? Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth? Thank you. And Mr. Butler, since I didn't swear you in before, did everything you just testified to, is that your true and honest opinions and statements?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you play the video, please? Thanks. This will be the January hearing where the permit was initially approved.
Simultaneously with 5F, the dock application at 302 Harbor Boulevard, because these docks are located adjacent to each other, and in fact, I think they're connected by a proposed boardwalk. So it's easier to think of them as one dock, although when you vote, we have to do it separately because they're different upland parcels. So the applicant here is Perry Enterprises. I see a couple.
We're working on
I see
it.
Claude and a couple representatives of Perry Enterprises over there. If whoever is going to testify could please stand up to be sworn in.
We'll rewind it, or I don't think they say rewind anymore, but we'll get it back to the beginning.
Yeah, Andy, just give me a thumbs up back there when you're ready.
5E, which is the dock application at 288D Harbor Boulevard. I'm going to kind of address this simultaneously with 5F, the dock application at 302 Harbor Boulevard, because these docks are located adjacent to each other, and in fact, I think they're connected by a proposed boardwalk. So it's easier to think of them as one dock, although when you vote, we have to do it separately because they're different upland parcels. So the applicant here is Perry Enterprises. I see Claude and a couple representatives of Perry. If whoever is going to testify could please stand up to be sworn in. Go ahead, Ray. Mr. Perry or Mr. Trammell, do you want, one of you want to come up here and kind of introduce the project?
Thank you, Council. Matt Trammell, Taylor Engineering. We're here representing Mr. Perry. He had contracted with us to obtain the permits and authorizations for his 2 properties. I think it's a pretty straightforward project. Mr. Bauman's done a great job laying out exactly what we're looking for. We're falling under an exemption that's allowed under the current land development code. However, each one of the properties falls slightly short of that exemption. We're providing well beyond the public slips that are required. We are providing 1 water taxi dock as opposed to 2 water taxi docks for, one on each property. It's kind of silly to put 2 water taxi slips within 50 feet of one another. And then lastly, we are not providing the commercial slips that are required. So you may think of it as Mr. Perry is giving an additional public benefit, if anything, to his commercial downfall, I will say. So that's, as Kyle's laid it out, we're two fair carrying slips short on one of the properties, and we're one fair carrying slip short on the other property. Mr. Perry will be happy to add more commercial slips if the council so chooses, or we can approve the project as proposed. We do have DEP and Corps of Engineers authorization. It did go to the Harbor Board, I think the last meeting in December. It was approved unanimously. The Harbor Board did seem to think that it was a larger public benefit to approve the project as proposed, and that's why we're here today.
And was there any changes in the documentation you sent us that's in our briefing materials? Everything is?
No changes from the DEP or the Harbor Board. Everything has been the same and consistent, what you have in front of you.
And the Harbor Board approved this project unanimous?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Oberdeer.
I'll make the motion if you like. I move to approve the application for marine construction at 288D Harbor Boulevard and
just do the
288 Harbor Boulevard by exercising the city's police powers in a manner which maximizes the public benefit.
Second. I got a motion, a second. Mr. Braden.
How's it going to affect these parcels if one parcel is sold and the other one's not?
They are actually two, it was historically the two parcels that have always been seen as separate entities, separate parcels. It's the same owner, but it is two separate parcels, two separate permits, two separate submerged land leases. And I think that's exactly why Mr. Baumann has recommended that they be two separate motions.
That's right, Rodney. So you are approving one dock at a time. So the specific proposed slips in each dock are what you're approving. In the agenda item, I laid it out kind of as one dock because practically speaking, it is kind of viewed as one dock.
So are we joining the two pieces of property to be able to build the dock the length that it's being built?
No, that's
No,
not,
sir.
I don't believe, what they're proposing.
They are not codependent on one another. Each property could have its own separate dock and does. They are connected through an upland boardwalk and an upland dock, but neither one is dependent on the other.
It just looks like one piece would encroach on the other piece if they were eventually separated and sold.
No, there's no encroachment. DEP allows for the docks to be constructed up to the property line, and as Mr. Perry is his own neighboring adjacent parcel owner, he's given himself that setback waiver. He's given himself that authorization. So they are abutting the property line, but there's no encroachment over the property or riparian line offshore.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ramswell.
Thank you. So essentially what we're looking at here is the only reason we're having to approve this specially is the fact that Mr. Perry actually doesn't want to have several of these as fair carrying vessels. He actually would like to make them public. Is that correct?
That's correct. In my discussions with Mr. Perry, he wanted to provide, there's a huge lack of public slips and waterfront on Destin Harbor. I think we have all of 2 slips. I don't know the exact number, but we're proposing nearly almost 20 public waterfront slips that will be available on his 2 properties. That's going to benefit the harbor waterfront, the harbor boardwalk, and all of the harbor area in general. So that was his plan all along, to provide the greatest public benefit to that area of the harbor waterfront.
Absolutely, I agree. And all day long, I'll take people that want to do public slips opposed to, fair carrying or additional commercial. So that's terrific. Thank you.
Just for the record, 21 of the proposed 40 slips will be available for public transient mooring. That represents an increase from the 9 of 21 currently.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a second. Is there any further discussion? The only thing I would like to bring up is there's some ambiguity about what defines a fair carrying vessel, and I would like for us to address that in our ordinance, put that on the agenda to clarify that as being either a charter for hire vessel or dolphin cruise boat, something along the lines, and not a livery vessel. So we could do that.
Yeah, that is something that we can do, and I would recommend that we do. The primary issue is that actually our LDC does not define fair carrying boat as the term is used in this exception, but our comp plan defines fair carrying vessel. So I borrowed that definition and applied it here, but we can define that better in the LDC.
All right. Seeing, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on this, so we start on the second one. By the way, I forgot we have to have public comment. It's a hearing.
Yeah, good catch.
Would anyone like to speak on this doc? No. You can come up here, ma'am, and offer your public comment during the public comment period. Public hearing. Now, it doesn't say you have to make a statement, so you are allowed to have public inquiry. Yeah, we don't know who you are.
Marcy Bell, 3 Gulf Race Court. I just have one question. I think it's a great idea. So if it's transient and there's that many, 21, is there someone like I would ask, but I'm not allowed to talk to the people. Is there some way to manage that? Like, what if there's like 22 boats and only 21 slips on a Saturday that want to use that to go to the restaurant or?
Usually landowner does that. I know at Marina Cafe, they manage their transient boats because they have permanent dock boats there as well, and you always call the marina. They can put big boats in their slips, and people are always asking me where they can dock a 50, 60 footer, and I always tell them call Marina Cafe. Well, I'm sure Mr. Perry's going to have a project or a manager on site that will handle, because he's going to get the same thing. He's going to get inquiries, where can we dock our boat, and how long can we stay, and how much is it going to cost me, and that kind of
Well,
stuff.
and I only ask because for a short time in the 90s, I worked one summer at AJ's when they did have transient slips, and sometimes that was a problem. People wanted them.
Thank you, Marcy. Any further comment? Seeing none, let's go ahead and take this to a vote.
Hey everyone, big heads up, Paleo Valley's running a sale on.
Your taxpayer dollars have not been used for YouTube Live.
Unanimous, ayes have it. Let's move on. Mr. Attorney.
Yep, if Mr. Trammell could please step up and just confirm that we're talking about the adjacent dock here and everything applies to this dock, that'd be great.
That's correct. Same condition applies where, I don't know if it was this property, the other, with either one or two commercial vessels shy of meeting the exemption requirements.
Mr. Overdeer.
I'll make the second motion again if you want.
And I'll second it.
Please do.
Move to approve the application for marine construction at 302 Harbor Boulevard by exercising the city's police powers in a manner which maximizes the public's benefit.
Second.
Public comment.
We got a motion, we got a second. And we will have public comment. Seeing none, is there any comment here amongst the council? Seeing none?
Just like to thank you all on behalf of myself and Mr. Perry. Appreciate it.
Ayes have it, unanimous, so moved. All right, consent agenda.
Mr. Matthews, do you have any objection to the city entering this into the record, this video? No. Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Butler, just 2 questions before we end the staff introduction. But can you tell me how the city code defines public transient slips?
Yes. So the city defines a transient slip as a boat slip reserved for the general public on a first-come, first-served basis in order to promote non-automotive travel. Non-rental transient slips cannot have a rental fee attached to them, and no boat may be parked in the slip for more than 6 hours. Short-term rental transient slips may have a rental fee, however, no boat may be parked in the slip for more than 7 days.
Thank you. And can you also let us know how the code handles post-permit changes when a permit has already been issued and you want to modify that?
Yes. So Land Development Code, Section 2.11.00, post-permit changes. After a construction permit has been issued, it shall be unlawful to change, modify, alter, or otherwise deviate from the terms and conditions of the development order without first obtaining a deviation to the order. Similarly, except for minor field modifications as may be allowed by the building codes and associated mechanical, electrical, plumbing, gas, and fire safety codes, it shall be unlawful to change, modify, alter, or otherwise deviate from the terms and conditions of the construction permit without first obtaining a city-approved modification to the permit. Note, construction standard field changes must be made available to the city inspector for inspection purposes consistent with the building, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, gas, and fire safety codes adopted by the city.
Thank you. And council, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant now. So, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, Council, Ms. Kopp, Mr. Jones, staff. My name is Dana Matthews. I'm a local lawyer. With me today is Steve Tatum. We represent the applicants. Claude Perry is here, his daughter, Kim Mergler, Kent Houston. They're all trustees of the trust that owns the two LLCs that own this property, which is the applicant before you today. As a general housekeeping matter, we also want to introduce evidence in consultation with Ms. Kopp. You've already gotten this in your packages. I understand Ms. Kopp sent you our memo this past Friday, as well as the appendix that we had attached with it. To save time, I've had Ms. Mergler, who is an authorized representative of the applicant, sign an affidavit acknowledging that the facts alleged in the memo are true and correct to her best knowledge and belief in all the documents, so we don't have to go through these one at a time, just like I stipulated with Ms. Kopp about the exhibits that she had. So for the record, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask you to accept that into evidence.
Ms. Kopp, are you okay with this?
No objection to Ms. Mergler asserting the factual statements. However, she wouldn't be qualified to make the legal conclusions made by the attorney.
Thank you.
So what I want to do is, unfortunately, for both the city and for us, even though we've been working on this for a number of months, you didn't get a staff report, nor did we until this past Friday, late morning, and you didn't get our memo until Friday afternoon. And so I feel it necessary to at least go through our memo and our analysis of where we're at today. I do have a couple of comments on Mr. Butler's staff report that I'll get to in the course of my presentation. It goes back, and first of all, why are we here? We're here for an amendment for a development order, which is a little bit of an oxymoron because we don't have a process in the city to amend a dock permit. And it's not amending the construction of the permit, like Mr. Butler read to you, that there is a process. If you get a construction permit from Ms. Noel's department and you seek to modify those construction requirements later on, there is a process to come back through to get an amendment either to the horizontal infrastructure, which is a development order, or to the building process itself. That same code provision he read you, if you listen to it, doesn't have anything to do with docks, because we don't have that type of a process in the city of Destin. The applicant has agreed to go through this process because of the issues that have come up in the public, on the social media, and the code violation that I'll just briefly mention, because that's set for tomorrow, to try to make sure everybody was on the same page on the information that's been available to them since 2019. You got a chance to hear the video just a moment ago from January of 2019, but none of y'all were here. I don't believe you were here on the council. Rodney was, Mr. Braden, excuse me, was here. But again, it's a different process. So what we have is that the existing docks that were, first of all, the Perrys owned this property for a long time. And for those of you that know the harbor and the boathouse in that area down there, is that there were docks down there going back 100 years ago, 80, at least into the 40s, 30s and the 40s. And the reason why we know this is because some of them continued to exist before this application process started with the city, before it started with the Army Corps and with the DEP. And in fact, back in, I think it was 15, 16, and 17. Mr. Destin will be very familiar with this because I think he went through the similar process, is that on behalf of my client, I work with the Florida Board of Internal Improvement Trust Fund to establish what's called a Butler Act and to have property that is typically anything under the water, the dirt under the water, the sand under the water is sovereign state property, typically. However, there's a process by which you can prove to the state that you actually own the submerged land. And we were able to do that with Mr. Perry's property, and if you look for portions of it. So if you're familiar with the docks out there, the eastern dock, I call it, which is 302, that there's about 80 feet of that dock that got extended as part of this permit that belongs to the property under the water belongs to the Perrys. And there's also about 2/3 of the area underneath the ship store, which you know comes out over the water. The Perrys also own that property as well. So a little bit different than a typical scenario when you're just dealing with state sovereign land and with what permits that you're getting from the DEP. So I'll tell you that history. In 2019, the Perrys sought to expand those docks, and they wanted to add additional lengths, and they wanted to have additional slips. And the sections that Mr. Butler was referring to, 11.05 of the Land Development Code at the time, was the governing ordinance that the city had. And he's correct that the gravamen was that for every 8 linear feet of upland shoreline, you were entitled to 1 boat slip as a matter of right. He's incorrect in one sense that he said approximately 260 feet. It's actually 282 feet of linear feet that the Perrys own, and that's supported by the survey that we had updated and delivered to you in your packages, which gave them the right to have 35 slips as a matter of right. Nothing to do with transient, public, or anything, just a commercial slips. As a prerequisite to filing for an application with the city on approval of new marina construction for docks, you have to go to the Army Corps of Engineers first and go through a permitting process. Takes about 18 months. Matt Trammell, Councilman Trammell's son, at the time, Taylor Engineering, they assisted through all this process. Also, then, based on that, you run concurrently, but you have to have the ACOE permit before you get your FDEP permit. Even though FDEP, they can only control the land underneath the water that they control, not the Butler Act, but because you're doing a project that covers both areas, they got to be involved, and that they ended up having those permits. So when you submit to the city, which is what they did back in, I think it was December of 2000 or November of 2018, when the Perrys submitted to the city for approval, of course, the Corps permits, Corps drawings, DEP permits, their drawings, everything was all part of the package on what they were seeking to do. Remember, they had the right to have 35 commercial spaces in there at that time. Also at that time, they had already received their submerged land leases from the state of Florida. This is important because the submerged land leases, which are in your packages that we gave you, in 302 Harbor, for example, I want to just read to you the portion that I think is relevant. The lessee, that's the Perrys, are hereby authorized to operate a 25-slip commercial docking facility to be used exclusively for the mooring of recreational and commercial vessels, along with personal watercraft and pontoon rental facility, commercial business consisting of an overwater restaurant, and then they put in parentheses on privately owned submerged lands, the Butler Act I was telling you about. That's why you see the Edge restaurant is over the water, because it was over property that Mr. Perry owns, and an upland restaurant. So that's what that permit said. If you notice, there's no words in there. It says transient, public, available for free use of the docks. It's a commercial docking facility, what's been approved. And that lease, that submerged land lease was in place, delivered to the city as part of the application process before the city video that you saw in January of 2019. The second submerged land lease that the Perrys had was at 288 Harbor. I'll read this to you. The lessee is hereby authorized to construct and operate a 16-slip commercial docking facility, 1 slip used for 6 personal watercraft and 2 non-water dependent structures, ship, store, and restaurant, to be exclusively for mooring of recreational vessels, commercial vessels, and personal watercraft in conjunction with an upland oyster bar and restaurant with fueling facilities and with a sewage pump-out facility if it meets the regulatory requirements. They never applied for it, so that doesn't really apply. But again, you notice there's no mention transient, public, to commercial marina facility. What did those two, the two combined? So the 302 docks, I call those the east docks. It provided for, on the drawings themselves, 6 commercial slips, 1 new commercial slip. Don't ask me why it was differentiated that way. 1 water taxi and 17, quote, public transient mooring slips. This is important because this is going to be this is one of the things you're going to be talking about tonight. There is no definition in the city's land development code or in the DEP or in the Army Corps of Engineers that says anything about, quote, public transient mooring slips. I'm going to tell you what I think, but that doesn't exist. The 288 dock, which is we call it the fueling dock right by the oyster bar and the ship store, it provided 16 slips. 1 slip for 6 rental jet skis, 11 commercial slips, and then 4 transient slips to be used for fueling. Again, I don't know why. I wasn't here. I wasn't part of this process. Why there's a distinction in the other dock for transient, and then the other dock is public or transient public. I can't answer that question for you. But I can tell you what the code definition was. Mr. Butler read it to you, but I want to read it again because I want to make sure at least you follow this, that our LDC back in 2019, then nor today, has a definition of a public slip. They don't even have public slip requirements. And they didn't back then, except on one exception that we're going to get to in a minute. But this is what's important. This is the definition back then and today. Boat slips reserved for the general public on a first-come, first-served basis in order to promote non-automotive travel. Non-rental transient slips cannot have a rental fee attached to them, and no boat may be parked in the slip for more than 6 hours. Short-term rental transient slips may have a rental fee. However, no boat may be parked in the slip for more than 7 days. Now, why is that important? You heard the video, you saw the plans that were approved, you saw the designation of the slips, but did you see any designation on what was a short-term rental or a non-rental for transient? You don't see that on there because it's not. It wasn't addressed in the plans, nor was it addressed in any motion in front of the City Council. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just telling you that that is because of the inconsistency with the DEP designation of usage. And that's, by the way, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about usage. We're not talking about construction. We're talking about usage. Because of the inconsistencies or the lack of definition, I believe that is what has brought us where we are today, 6 years later. Let me further confuse you. So on an annual basis, to have a submerged land lease with the state of Florida, which these are 5-year licenses, got them in 18 to 23, they've both been renewed, they're currently in effect. There's no issues with the state of Florida. But every year you have to pay fees. And if you, Mr. Dustin knows this, I know, that has submerged land leases, you've got a flat fee, you got 6% of gross revenue, you got X amount of dollars per slip, and you got to pay it to the state, and you got to send them all your financial information and your sales tax receipts and your fuel tax receipts and everything else so they can make sure that they're getting paid what they're supposed to be paid. Now, the thing that's on that form that's in your attachment. I wanted y'all to see it because this is what the applicant gets reminded annually on that form. The DEP has 4 classifications for slips for usage. 4. Temporary slips. This is how they define them. Slips that are not rented and are used as fuel docking, launching, or removing boats, restaurants use, or store purchases. These slips should be non-revenue generating slips. Now, let's think about the applicant, and you have restaurants there that are being served by these slips. You have fuel slips. Could that be a temporary slip? I think that's a common perception. But again, this is what, on an annual basis, this is how they're looking at the use of their slips. This is the definition by DEP on transient. Slips that are rented on a short-term basis. Doesn't say free, rented on a short-term basis. And again, remember, our permits from the city did not designate whether transient was rental or non-rental. Third, public slips. They have a definition. City doesn't, but DEP does. Open to the public on a first-come, first-served basis. Rental terms shall be no longer than 1 year and with no automatic renewal rights or conditions. So the DEP, to the extent you have a public slip, you can rent it for up to a year. No restriction. Private slips is the 4th category they have, non-rented to the public, slips used for personal mooring, association, common area, etc. Doesn't really apply to what we're talking about here. But when you look at those definitions versus those of the city or the lack thereof, you can imagine that there's a little bit of inconsistency and maybe uncertainty in the public domain. My clients, for the first 5 years, first of all, they got their submerged land lease in 18, got their core permits and their DEP, and then they got the cities in January of 19. I think it took a year to actually construct them. For the first 5 years that they did, when they got their permits from the city, all these permits, they didn't have tenants except for the existing slips that they had that were not the expansion. And they knew that they had livery vessels, what we call livery vessels in Destin, which is basically a pontoon boat that you can go hire and run a boat and you can captain it yourself, that the city has been rightfully, I think, discouraging over the last several years. But at the time, that's what the existing tenants they had. So when they applied for their permits, they have a minimum right of 35, but they wanted to add 6 additional slips because of the fueling and the transient, and they could not meet one of the 26 conditions, and that was this fare-carrying vessel, which Mayor Jarvis pointed out at the end. I still don't think it's been fixed, but the best I can tell on the distinction between the livery and the fare-carrying vessel, again, fare-carrying vessel not defined in the LDC, but going to the comp plan, and you look at them together, you got captain boats like dolphin fishing boats or sightseeing boats where they have professional captains, and you literally, as a consumer, you buy a ticket and you get on the boat. A livery vessel is one in which you would actually rent yourself, a pontoon boat, a wave runner, or something like that. At the time, the code had a provision to increase from your 35 slips that they had in this point to go more if they provided 10% of the total slips available at that time that you were asking for to be available for transient. And so out of that 41, they determined 4 slips would be were required to be transient, 2 of which could be rental and 2 of which could be non-rental. Also out of the 40 slips, 4 of them had to be, quote, fare carrying. They only had 1 out of 4, so they were short fare carrying. But again, the applicant is not offered to do transient slips, which is what happened. The question is, what does that mean? Is it free? Is it not free? Those were never discussed, nor were they noted on the application as such. But ultimately, during that 5-year period of the usage, These slips were never full, they weren't fully rented, and therefore the public, my clients allowed the public to use them. And by the way, the slips that were not rented to tenants, upland tenants that had businesses, have always been open to the public and for their use. Have never been charged, even though they had the right to charge, in my opinion, under the rules, but they didn't charge the public. You didn't have to pay a fee to get up there and tie up to the dock. I think you can do that if you want to. I think you can do it under today's code. But we're going to get to the proposal here in a minute. I just wanted you to understand that history. At some point within the last, I think it's year or so, and Ms. Kopp or Mr. Butler might be able to expand on this. It's on page 5 of my memo. I took a snapshot of this map that the city produced, and at the very first meeting I had with staff several months ago, 6 months ago maybe, about this whole issue, this map is very confusing, and it was acknowledged by city staff that it has caused more confusion in the public because of the way it has lack of specificity. If you look on the map, you'll notice it has a legend, and it calls it harbor transient slip locations. It doesn't say what transient means. It doesn't say if it's rental, if it's non-rental. Then it has an index for pictures. If green, it's a water taxi. If it's, I guess, brown or orange or something, they say customer only. Yellow is public. If you notice this map, and this is a current one, only designates those areas for dockage on the harbor that are shown on this map. The only, quote, public slips, other than my clients, that is designated is the city-owned Royal Melbourne Park. That is city-owned property. But again, when it says public, it doesn't tell the public that is looking at these maps what that means. We know DEP said that you can run them for up to a year, but it doesn't say what the city intends it to be. Of course, my clients don't intend it, and the public probably thinks it's free. I can understand why they might think that, and that causes consternation, and obviously it's resulted in confrontation and disinformation that has bubbled up in the last 6-7 months. That's why we're here, actually. So what we've done is we've taken the existing usage of the docks, and we've put it on a drawing that you guys have all seen that, right? The proposed plan. Do I need to pull that out? Y'all know what it is? Okay. And what we've done is we've identified the current functional use and the contractual obligations my clients have with their tenants, as well as what they consider transient. Now, let me back up a minute. Today, in 2020, remember I told you that exception that if you wanted to have an extra docket, extra slips like they did, an extra 4 slips, you had to have 2 non-rental and 2 that you couldn't charge and 2 transient that you could charge. Those provisions are no longer there. In fact, the city, not y'all, but different city council, decided that it was public policy not to require transient slips. So today, for the last 4.5 years, there is no transient slip or public slip requirement in the city of Destin. That's been a policy decision by prior councils. If these docks were torn down tomorrow by let's say a hurricane hits, uninsured, as everybody knows that owns docks, you can't insure docks. If a hurricane blows them all down and they go to rebuild under the current city code, they can build 35 commercial slips. They're not required to have any public or transient slips. And so that's kind of where we find ourselves today. In looking at the need for the tenants who want to have transient traffic to come to the docks, to use the upland restaurants, to the rest of the public who may want access to not just our clients' property and their tenants, but to the rest of the boardwalk, and to respecting property rights and the flexibility that is required when you're looking and analyzing your dock usage on an annual basis, that the Perrys came up with a plan, that's what we call the proposed new plan, that is what this development order amendment consideration is for you tonight. So let me tell you, make sure you understand what the plan is. It is not in changing the size of the docks It's not increasing the slips any more than what was previously approved and built. And so they're still, but what it does is redesignates them. So the one closest to the boathouse is you could use it's a small little area for a personal watercraft or for a transient slip. And we identify the transient, the public, the right to be able to go, anybody in the public, and my client agreeing not for the next 3 years, not to charge anybody for that use, but for have a 3-hour duration, because we want to make sure that people are not parking there all day long. And I'm going to get to some of the concerns in a minute. So essentially, they have created this. If you look on where the ship store is, on the west side, you're going to see 6 areas that are designated as fuel areas. You got to understand that it's about 138 feet in depth, and so I'm not saying there's going to be 6 boats there at any given point in time. It could be 1 boat, could be 2, but it could accommodate 6 boats at 8 to 20 feet to get fuel. There are 2 fuel pumps there on that dock, one closest to the water and one further up by the ship store. The proposal is that those, and for all practical purposes, and as part of our plan and proposal is that those slips, those fuel slips, would be again available for anybody in the public to use, to be able to pull up. And when I say slips, this is not slips that you come in and park, perpendicular it's where you pull up to the side of the existing boardwalk dock and you tie up on a cleat and you get gas, or you go into the ship store and purchase the things that are available for purchase there. That is run by the boathouse, by the way. Or you could pick up to-go orders from any of the restaurants there, pick up and go. So it is designed to be like what the DEP calls a temporary slip for not for long duration, not for charge, but for the public or anybody to be able to use to be able for those 3 purposes that I talked about. The 6 slips on the other side of the boardwalk, those are designated in our proposal as transient. And we're calling it, using the city's definition, is non-rental transient. So again, for anybody in the public to be able to come and park up, and again, it's 138 feet, so whether it be 2 boats, 4 boats, 6 boats, whatever it may be, that public would not be charged for use there, but they would be limited to a duration of 3 hours. And that's up to my clients to manage that process. And that, therefore, the users, the public users of those slips would not be limited to having to go just to the restaurants on my client's property and their tenants and go up and down the boardwalk to other places. So again, providing access to the boardwalk. The remaining slips that we have would be fare-carrying vessel, commercial slips, and they would be rented, and they are as they are now, but they would not be, they're not livery vessels. We've, as part of our proposal, we've consented to no livery vessels, which means we're not going to allow the public to come up there and get on a pontoon boat and take it out themselves. My clients have heeded the city's policies as they've been modified and changed the last couple of years, and they require their tenants who have, well, if they have a pontoon boat, they are six-pack charters or less, and they have to have a licensed captain on the vessel. So my clients are just as, because they've got all the liability that's going on in those docks and all those uses down there, and concerned about the boat safety, as we all are when we sometimes get out on busy weekends and we see the public actually operating their own vessels with probably less experience than we would hope. But the bottom line is they're requiring all captain vessels for their leased tenant space. So that is the proposal. The last part of it is, I said there was a sunset provision after 3 years on the 6 transient slips that we have. At the end of 3 years, the Perrys would have the option to continue in exactly the same way it is as we're proposing, or that the patrons to those slips would be required to go into the restaurants in the upland property area of the Perry property, and probably have a wristband or something like that, some kind of like the city charges $10 or $15 to be in a public parking lot. Well, they would do something similar with a credit back, so that they would give incentive for the public to use those tenant properties. So that is the proposed plan. Why, besides what I've already told you, why do we need this plan? Well, first of all, there has to be control of the docks. Marcy Bell asked a question to Mayor Jarvis on January of 2019, who's going to manage? If there's 22 slips and there's 22 boats and 21 slips, who's going to manage it? Well, the upland property owner is going to manage it, Mr. Jarvis said. Just like the city manages its own docks, like Mr. Destin manages his docks, any other upland property owner needs to be able to manage the docks, and there needs to be clarity of information to the public and to the city and the applicant as to what those actual uses are. And unfortunately, they were not identified back in 2019. We have, the one that the city has a legitimate interest in the parking requirements of an upland property that has docks that rent slips. You guys know that you have parking requirements, and the Perrys have the same thing, not just for their tenants on the hill, but also for their boat slip tenants on the type of vessels, and depending the type of vessel it is, there's different parking requirements. For the last 10 years, even before this dock started, I think it goes back to 2012, the Perrys have submitted every 2 years, roughly, a parking analysis to the city because their tenant mix changed. Whether it be the upland property didn't change a whole lot, but boat slip usage did. So we'd have to go through ground truth by survey and with a consultant. Rick Hall has done it for every single time. And the most recent one you have was, I think, June June 24th of 25, this most recent update. And it's an actual, like I said, on the ground truth of how many parking spaces are out there, what are the uses, upland, submerged land, what are the parking requirements, what is the multimodal application to those parking spaces, what is the shared use, because some are more used during the day, some are more used at night. All that has been analyzed. It's the same methodology that the city's accepted since 2000, like I said, I think 12. And we have excess parking. I think it's 34 excess parking spaces as it sits there today. And it's actually more because the building on the highway burnt down and the parking analysis assumes that those parking spaces are still there. We actually want them to do that because we never want to be short. So we have more parking that's required. Staff has gotten copies of it. They've accepted it, that we meet those those requirements. One of the problems with the way, I just call it the disinformation that's out there today, my clients have never gated their property from Highway 98. They don't have parking Gestapos down there counting. If you come down the hill, are you using one of the tenant businesses there? Are you getting on a boat in that one of the tenant boats? Or are you just finding a parking place and going east and west down the boardwalk? Unfortunately, we see that a lot in Destin, and that happens, and that's a problem that we've had and been trying to address through public parking. But the bottom line is that there are people who take advantage of that situation or find it the most convenient, which causes parking issues. A person will come and have their a friend that they may go rent a pontoon for some other pontoon company down the harbor somewhere, or some fishing charter, and have them come pick them up at the Perry dock. And then the person who's getting on that boat is parked down in the Perry parking lot, unauthorized, which causes parking congestion for somebody on usages that those docks are not intended for. Those docks are not, there's no public easement over those docks. Those docks haven't been dedicated for public use. The city weren't dedicated for the use of the city like you do with subdivision plats, and you give roads that the developer gives to the city through dedication. None of that exists. It's a usage issue. Again, I'm not blaming anybody. This is the kind of thing why we need to have a managed plan, is because there's that kind of confusion. There's also people, because we have people that, as you know, we have lots and lots of boaters, so people come in and they see a dock and they say, hey, just meet us over there at the boathouse dock and we'll pick you up. Okay. Well, then they get in their car and they go park in the Perry parking lot, and then they go up on the dock, and then their buddies pick them up at the end of the dock, and they go to Crab Island or do whatever they want to do for all day long. Meanwhile, we've got parking in the parking lot that is an issue. Again, another reason to control who is on the dock when they're there, and for what purpose. There's liability issues, as you can imagine, with owning docks. And if the public has the right to just come on your dock at any time they want to, unfortunately, the city is not indemnifying my client for anybody that gets hurt out there. They're not indemnifying my client for any property damage. We're not asking the city to do that. But it is an issue, and so the issue means that my client has to procure additional liability insurance at higher premiums for PI and for property damage because of other people that are using the docks other than those that are being invited by the Perrys. Again, you have a managed plan. It's easier with your insurance underwriters to be able to explain how that plan works on the ground. There's a financial viability issue. I already mentioned the fact that first, and this is, again, it's something I want to clarify for the public, because I think they see this, again, on a map, it's public, they think that public funds were used to construct this dock. That is not the case. The city did not contribute any money to the Perrys, nor was there any grant money or state of Florida money or any other federal grant money that built these docks. They're built out of pocket by the Perrys. The public does not maintain these docks. As I said, they don't maintain insurance, they don't pay for utilities, electricity, submerged land lease fees, they don't pay for if there's any damage to the docks. This is all by the owners of the property. And now, because of the usage of the docks being full, Ms. Mergler, and by the way, Ms. Mergler pretty much is the dock master and kind of on the ground during the season, like every single day, all day long, managing the property and the tenants and the business and the guests, et cetera. Unfortunately, she has been threatened. She's been not physically harmed, but threatened harm because members of the public think that these docks are free. And when she asks them politely, you can't park your boat there, then there become some issues. And she can't do anything about it because law enforcement, which we elicit, because of the sit-in that was going to take place, we brought some off-duty law enforcement in, and unfortunately, they can't enforce it because they don't know the rules and the uncertainty when the plans and approvals. So again, another reason for clarity, and I apologize for being long-winded, but I want to make sure that y'all understand the plight that we're in and trying to fix the problem. So what is there are public benefits. I outlined a section in here that the Perrys are providing a public benefit. Again, they don't have to have more than 2 slips non-rental, even under the old code, which doesn't exist anymore. And they're offering 6 transient slips without charge, and they're providing access to the public for fueling and what have you, and ship store, and being able to access to the other areas of the harbor. And also part of the plan, because it appears, again, I wasn't here, it appears that there was some quid pro quo on this net positive benefit. We'll make sure everybody understands what that was. So back a number of years ago, the city had adopted an ordinance that under new dock construction, you had to pay 25% of the cost of construction for a net positive benefit fee. The city is supposed to, I don't know if they do, you can check with your staff, supposed to be segregated funds, supposed to be to, quote, mitigate the impacts that your new constructed docking facilities might have on the harbor. I assume the money is being used for the harbor flushing station. I don't know that. And so, unfortunately, the city is, because of different maybe staff changes and what have you, I don't think those fees were collected consistently across the board since the time the city actually put that ordinance into effect. It's my understanding from staff that I think it was a year or so ago, y'all, whether this group or the last group of council, recognized that and have now cured that issue. The bottom line is it would have been about $119,000 would have been Mr. Perry's net positive benefit fee contribution. At the time, the city charged him just shy of $10,000. They gave him, quote, credit for, transient slips. And we've offered to pay $60,000 to the city to the same fund that y'all have for net positive benefit to the extent of being less than 15 transient slips. In our opinion right now, even though 6 of them are designated transient, the other 6 of their fueling might as well be transient because it meets the same functional definition, under the DEP. I'm not going to get into the legal analysis because me and Ms. Kopp can debate that all day long. I just want to say briefly that there are legal issues that the city and the applicant may have in terms of whether or not the state DEP rules and their submerged land leases preempt the city's ability to designate usage. I don't want to get into all that, but I'm just saying that there's an issue out there. There's an issue about exactions, where if you try to say, no, we approved 15 transient slips back then, and that's what you got to do today, and whether that's an exaction, meaning that you are taking somebody's private property rights away without paying them for it. Again, I've just mentioned that there's legal issues that we could spend a couple of years litigating, but there's no reason to do that. Because in my opinion, what we've asked for in this application is exactly what they're entitled to and giving more public benefits than is required by the code. The last thing I want to mention to you is that when the approval was made by the council back in January of 19, if you notice, there was nothing in the motion, nor was there anything in the code then, nor was there anything in the code now that says that boat slip usage has to be permanent in nature. There's nothing that says that. And so the question is, do we comply today with your current codes? Yes. Are we offering more transit? Yes, because you don't have transient requirements. So the solution is in our opinion, humble opinion, is we're trying to find a balance. The Perrys have been here a long time, the big contributing members of this community. They're proud of what they built. They support their tenants on the harbor, which also support tax base for this city. It provides recreational opportunities for our tourism, which is an economic #1 engine in this city, and also provides a balance for the citizens who are non-tourist ability to use these docking facilities in the manner in which I've expressed them to you. So that's basically, I know I'm long-winded, I apologize, but I felt compelled to make sure that I was able to communicate effectively my client's concerns and what the proposal actually was, because the staff report doesn't quite say that. There is and I'm not saying that there's misrepresentation or non-disclosure. It's just not flushed out in the same manner that I've laid it out to you. Also, one of the exhibits that came in with this staff was a proposed development order that kind of left some things blank. And I would suggest to you that whatever decision you make, that you allow me to work with Ms. Kopp and staff as to make sure that development order had the proper formatting. Because there was one thing that I thought was important I left out, but it's in your materials, is I'm suggesting that we have very specific signage on the docks for these areas so that the public knows. So like on the fueling areas, it would be temporary area for fueling, ship store, pickup orders, so that everybody knows on that side of the dock for those areas, that's what it's for. The transient side, no charge, public welcome, 3 hours durational, and then on the tenant side, where we have long-term tenants saying tenant use only. That way, we have signage that everybody can see, and we would ask also that the map of the city be updated appropriately, so, again, we're all on the same page. So that's the only other thing I would ask you to allow us to do. And I'd also ask you to, well, I want to save time for rebuttal after the public comment, but I'm willing to answer any questions y'all have right now.
Ms. Kopp, do we need the public comment before we engage?
I would recommend you do, but if you don't mind, Mr. Matthews, can Mr. Butler respond to you about the linear footage and
Sure.
whether it's correct in the staff report?
Sure.
Mr. Butler, do you recall what I'm talking about when Mr. Matthews indicated that the staff report was incorrect with regard to the
Yeah,
linear?
I would say that staff believes that the staff report is correct with 260 linear feet of waterfront. In your packet, there's a survey of 288 Harbor Boulevard, and on the first page of that survey, it clearly says east 110 feet, so that 288 Harbor Boulevard is 110 feet wide. And then 302 Harbor Boulevard, there's also a survey in your packet. There is no dimension for that property there anywhere on the survey. However, staff does have a survey of the property from the tin roof development order, which I pulled earlier today, and on the survey it very clearly says 150.02 feet. Also, if you pull the deed from the Okaloosa County property appraiser and you look at the meets and bounds description, it says 150 feet. So you get 150 plus 110 is 260 linear feet of waterfront.
Okay, thanks. And when you say the tin roof development order, just for those that don't know what that is, what property is that for?
That's the old Marlar house that is on 302 Harbor Boulevard, I believe.
And then, Mr. Matthews, did you have a response on that? Or if not, I was going to also ask you, and we'll give him the right to respond, but I was also going to ask you if the Land Development Code has a definition for fair carrying vessel, because I believe the applicant stated that it did not. But if you check Chapter 3?
Yes, fair carrying vessel has been in the Land Development Code for a couple of years. It's defined as vessels used for the following activities that are available to the public for hire: party fishing, sightseeing, which includes dolphin, sunset, dinner cruises, etc., sailing, parasailing, and diving, snorkeling. Fair carrying vessels shall not include pontoon or runabout boats or personal watercraft. Also on the linear frontage of the waterfront, 260 linear feet was also in the original staff report from 2019 that the council approved, and I'm assuming the applicant reviewed beforehand.
No, this applicant didn't review the minutes of the January 2019 minutes that weren't created until after the meeting was over with, but I do noticed in the staff report that that's where you got the 260 feet, but for purposes of this council, the Emerald Coast Associates and that sold the GeoPoint, and Daryl Burgess, who's been a surveyor for 35 years, almost 40 years in our area, has surveyed this property many times. And in your package are specific purpose surveys for both of these parcels, and one of them is 117 plus or minus lineal feet, and the other one's 165.7 plus or minus. When you add together, that's 282.7. So, any other questions I can answer at this time?
Mr. Butler, did you have anything else, or are you good?
That's all for now.
Thank you.
Ms. Kopp, before we open to the public, would this be the appropriate time to ask questions on the information that they're entering into the record?
You can ask now.
Okay. Just one question, reviewing this. At the end here, you have the gross income report forms for each year, and they're all blank?
No, yeah, because we didn't actually submit the ones that we did. I did it to show you the definitions.
Okay.
If you looked at, can I approach, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Oh, they're, I just pulled. They're
Y'all are looking at the DEP definitions for the various slips?
Okay. Gotcha. I was just curious because while you were talking, you said that they were reminded annually per the state to report their income, so I just didn't know the reasoning for keeping those
Yeah, it
zeroed
was just
out.
because it's on the reporting form. I don't know why they put the definitions in there. I guess because to make sure that depending on how you're being charged under your submerged land lease relates back to a particular defined category. The only reason I gave it to you is because I wanted you to know that these are the state FDEP definitions.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. All right, with that, we'll enter into the public comment portion of this. With that, I want to remind everyone that this is a judicial hearing, and with that, this is not an audience for applauding, clapping, booing, any of that nature. Outside of that, you can come up here. Everyone has the right for 3 minutes. You do not need to take all 3 minutes. If you'd like to just wave in support or in denial when you get up here, you can absolutely do so, or you can exercise your 3-minute freedom of speech. So with that, I will have the gentleman in the back, and we will go from there. As a reminder, I just need everyone's name, address, and the floor is yours.
Roger. My name's Alan Osborne, and I don't come here much, but I own two
Address,
pieces
please.
of property. I'm addressed to the whole board.
Oh, no,
the
your
address?
physical address.
Okay, I own 2 properties in Destin. One of them is on, I think it's 572 Gulf Shore Drive. Both my properties have water access. And if you know anything about me, you know I'm here because something smells bad in here. Okay, this don't smell right. Now I'm going to tell you, my father sat on the bench for 25 years. And a good story for this, for information, is he told me that half the lawyers that stood up in front of him were wrong every day. So half the court was wrong every time. So you can't just take testimony as fact. And I got a pretty good track record for overturning stuff that people say. And I ain't got no law license. But I'm going to tell you what you heard mostly today was a whole can of red herring. Okay, what you heard was the same permits were in place that when you were back then. And they went to some diatribe about what they gave them. It doesn't matter. What happened was all those conditions existed, and the permits, you just need to know back in the day, or your predecessors need to know, did they have the permits? And the answer is yes. After that, they came to you and said, you control the city. If the DEP and other organizations dictated what you had to do, then Mr. Perry wouldn't have made an application asking you if this is okay for the community. So he cut a deal with you. He saved money. And it's silly to say the inconsistency is a definition. Webster's been around about 200 years. Look up transient, look up mooring, look up boat slip. These are all easy definitions that you can't twist. And nobody there in that hearing, and I sat right back there and was telling Gary, that, hey, this is a good thing because the harbor's dying, okay? The harbor's a mess. It is. And today I backed my boat out and went over to Claude's and climbed up in the tower. And who would park there? There's 50 no mooring signs. He has the same liability he's always had. And every business down here, including Dewey, has that liability of dealing with idiots. And this development order won't change that. Not a lick. What it will change is, I don't even think there's 21 slips where you can pull up as a resident of Destin. Now, I got a slip. But what about people that have a 22-footer, live back here, launch at Joe's Bayou, and want to go and eat? Go look at that and see, you know why it hadn't been used? Because Claude's been covering it up with signs for the whole time. And what you're going to do, and you better listen to me on this if you like to keep your money.
10 minutes, 10-second warning.
Okay. You're going to set a precedence, and I'd ask for more time if you think it's sufficient. And what I'm scared you're going to do, and I got a track record of proving this, is you're going to open the door for every single deal that's been cut by previous councils, and then you're going to open the door for other inconsistencies that you won't back the development order that you did. This is not a precedent you can ever set. Or we've lost almost. Destin, the harbor's a mess. It is. It's not what I moved here in as a young soldier in the Army. Not what I fell in love with. And I know I can't undo it, but I sure don't want to. The last thing we need is more commercial slips. The locals need a way to enjoy Destin that includes the harbor, and we're out of luck. And I love what y'all have done with Noriega Point, but all those places the local parked, they're gone. For the good of the tourists, not the good of us. for the good of the tourists. Claude cut this deal. In my opinion, Claude wants more money. And all these conditions existed back then. So if he knew what the public was, and we all sat out there and went, yeah, we're going to get something. There was no mention of we're going to charge. There's no mention. Every business owner is responsible for policing up the unruly people. Nobody polices up. If y'all have a business, if y'all have unruly people, it's not the city council's problem to figure it out. Liability, and nobody's going to fence that area. Look, I love the boathouse. I love Land Shark's Pizza and all that stuff. But the fact is, it creates chaos, and nobody's going to fence it. That's all a red herring, too. He cut a deal. We hadn't been able to use it. Nobody wants to pull up there and meet those nasty people. And if you haven't gone down there and seen the 20-some signs that are down there, then you'll have no doubt of why it's not in use. Nobody used the Destin City slips because, frankly, hell, they were full of silt. You couldn't pull up in there in anything but a flats boat. So, look, some part of the character of Destin must be maintained. The harbor needs a harbor master that has a pair. And y'all need, do we even have one? I mean, if we don't, I don't think so. But for God's sakes, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And listen, Mr. Perry on both properties, this will be my last point. Caveat emptor, no matter if he transferred it to relatives or somebody else buys it, they bought it like it laid. And I'll give you my example. I have a slip on Holiday Isle. I signed the documents agreeing to follow the rules that were in place in, 72? It says I can rent one of them. There's people now that rent 100% of their property, but the rules that I agreed to, or I bought the property that were agreed to, says that I will only rent one. And I can't come here to you and say, can you override my private agreement?
30-second warning.
Mr. Perry entered an agreement with you. You voted on it with all the same conditions, and you're opening Pandora's box for everybody to appeal everything that happens based on, I want it for money. Please keep the public's slips. 21 slips, I believe, is more than all the rest of them combined. So what you'd be doing is cutting the majority of places the public can go. Please save Destin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next. Oh, you're good. There's going to be plenty.
I'm usually getting ready.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Good evening.
Name and address, sir.
Yes, Jay Roberts, Becker and Polikoff. I represent Destin Yacht Club, Destin Harbor Place, Marbella, Sandpiper Cove Condominium Association, Harbor Landing, Destin Harbor West, Waterview Towers, East Pass Towers 1, and East Pass Towers 2. That's 173 harbor-going Destinites.
Before you continue, your physical address, either office or personal.
833 East Merrill.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
Yes. That is 1,073 unit owners that surround the Destin Harbor. And they have asked me to come here to give thanks. To give thanks to the 2019 council here, to give thanks to Mr. Perry, 2019, for providing a public benefit to them, because lots of talk is done in this area about access to beaches. Beaches are important, but let's be honest. What does Destin have that 30A doesn't have? We got a harbor. We got a harbor here, and having access to that harbor is important. So on behalf of 1,073 harbor-going Destinites, I say thanks for foregoing short-term revenue for long-term public gain. On a personal note, to my wife's chagrin and my Amex statement, I spent in excess of $20,000 on the harbor last year, including substantial remuneration to 302 and 288. For my friends, for my family, for myself. Now, that's not necessarily remarkable in and of itself. But what's noteworthy is I don't live in Destin. I live on the Sound in Mary Esther. So how do I get here? How do I get here? I bring my boat. So do people in Navarre. So do people in Mary Esther. So do people in Shalimar, Fort Walton Beach, and Niceville. If we don't have a place to come up to spend that money, we go elsewhere. There's plenty of parking in Niceville, for Walton Beach is building a landing with exceptional parking for their tourist area to come there. Sandestin has plenty of parking to take their boat. So again, I give thanks for the long-term thinking of the council in 2019. I give thanks to the Perrys for what they did and making that deal. And I hope that everybody can see the long-term benefit of what we have in place. Thank you.
One second, just for my personal notes, your address one more time?
833 East Miracle Strip.
Thank you, sir. Next. Yes, ma'am.
Do I push it?
Already on.
Already on.
Name and
Great.
address, and the floor is yours.
Emily Rogers, 770 Harbor Boulevard. First of all, I wanted to discuss the core value of the month, integrity, for you guys. It's on the agenda on the first page. Integrity, honesty, consistency, accountability, and reliability. What is this developer asking you to do? To put away your integrity. This whole argument is based on the premise that Mr. Perry didn't understand what a public transient slip was, that he had no idea. He was going by the FDEP permit. However, you heard it yourself at the 2019 meeting. You heard his agent, Mr. Perry was present, state, we are proposing 20 public waterfront slips to be available on the two properties to benefit the harbor waterfront, the harbor boardwalk, and all of the harbor area in general. This is his plan all along, providing the greatest public benefit. Does that sound like he doesn't understand what a public transient slip is? Because it doesn't sound like it to me. Then we're going to couch in that NFPEB fee, that $119,500. Now, I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure the $10,000 that he did pay was to the FDEP. So he didn't pay anything to the city of Destin. He actually asked Mr. Braden if that city council would agree to waive those fees. And they did, based on the mitigation and the fact that he was providing public transient slips for the public benefit. What is the public benefit of rental slips that he can rent out for a year? I don't see any. So why was this fee waived at all? Because he knew what he was doing. So, and I am going to ask for a little bit more time because I did want to go ahead and bring up a couple of things that haven't been brought up regarding the parking situation. Because I went through and I looked over the parking analysis that was provided by Mr. Matthews. Based on this, the raw parking requirement for this property is 279 spaces. With the multimodal transportation district, it drops down to 223 spaces. This parking analysis then further dropped it down to 192 spaces. Then they did it one more time because of the different hours of the day that people are required to work there. And that's where they went down to the 119 space requirement. Here's the thing about these analyses. They're opinions. And quite frankly, this opinion's wrong. If you go back to 2017, their other parking analysis said 124. So weird, right? The number actually dropped? Kind of strange. Doesn't make sense. Again, a parking analysis is merely an opinion. I can go out and hire a parking.
3 minutes is up. Does anyone want to sacrifice their time? I will. Thank you, ma'am.
So, thank you. Anyhow, again, parking analysis, opinion-based. You can get a different one that's going to give you a different opinion. This particular one is even more incorrect. You'll actually notice that, and I can't tell you which page it is, but for the hourly requirement, they're saying that all of the fare-carrying vessels, their need drops to 0 at 6 p.m. What do all the fare-carrying vessels do here? Sunset cruises, fireworks cruises, all of that. Every single one of them offers it 7 days a week, starting at 6 p.m. So, what else happens at 6? Dinner rush. Now, mind you, Common sense will actually tell you there is a huge parking issue down there, huge. Go down there any day, any night, there is not a single place to park. And these properties together have roughly 153 parking spaces. You explain to me how that's going to serve 6 restaurants, 1 bar, 25 6-passenger fare-carrying vessels, 2 tour boats, and 3 fishing vessels. How are you going to do that? We already got a problem, and 2 of the restaurants aren't even developed yet. Like they said, it's sitting empty. The problem's there. So what are we going to do? Cram more things down? I don't think it's really smart. So anyway, finally, I don't need to go over the 2019 stuff again. I don't need to explain to you what has happened, what should be happening. But what I will leave you with is that we're asking you guys to right this wrong. We're asking you to uphold the integrity of this city. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next. All right, John.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. John Stevens, 4025 Indian Trail. I sincerely hope the city and its residents retain these public access to all these promised transient slips. Transient slip access is a vital part of this community's connection from the water and support both locals and visitors who contribute to our harbor's vibrancy and economy. So I'm going to change hats. So now I'm going to wear my City of Destin Harbor CRA chairman hat. Should this matter proceed to go to litigation, arbitration, or negotiation, in addition to keeping as many transient slips as possible, I strongly urge the council to consider requesting easements to the boardwalk of 288 and 302 Harbor Boulevard. These easements were among the few that the city did not secure during the original initiative of the Destin Harbor Boardwalk project. Securing them now will help complete Phase 1 and help initiate Phase 3, which is to extend the boardwalk all the way to Ships Chandler. And then on another note, I ask that the council review the shared parking plan also, as there's a lot of inconsistencies in it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. All right, just for consistency, if you can give me your name and address again.
Joanne Bouchelon, Moreno Acres on Planet Drive. There was a lot of word salad there. I heard everything, but out of that I got public benefit, but not free. So the transient boat slips. So a few years ago, we had a major issue with right-of-ways here in Destin, and it took us a few years, and we worked really, really hard and came above City Council, and we eventually got a special referendum put on the ballot, and it passed unanimously on the vote for the residents and citizens of Destin, voted unanimously to save those right-of-ways, and we did. And the reason we did was because I have always been an advocate for water access. I believe the public has the right to access points, and we should cherish that. I came to the meeting on Monday for the public workshop, and I think John Stevens stood up here and said that what we need is more transient boat slips. Why on earth would we give up any of these transient boat slips to spend more taxpayers' dollars to build more transient boat slips? Wouldn't that be a net loss, not a net gain? So I know in that workshop, council gave some really good feedback, and I was really encouraged by the feedback. Green spaces, water access, residents. We've spent a lot of time down on the harbor, and it was time to come back to the residents of Destin. What were our needs? Our needs are access to the water, whether it be by boat, by foot, or if you want to go to the beach. There's a huge problem with this. So I know my time's running out. So does the city even know what public benefits have been given over the years? Because I do believe this is a slippery slope. If you start, and I mean, we had that issue with the right-of-ways also. I don't think that there was a real good accounting of how many public right-of-ways that access the water that the city actually had. There had to be an accounting done of that. How much more public benefits is out there? I know one in particular that goes right through the middle of a condo out to a beach. A lot of people don't talk about it. I used to live right across the street.
10 seconds.
But public access, I say no to this new development order. We need those transient slips, and we need more.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, anyone else?
Travis Chun, 202 Twin Lakes Lane. I just want to, I'm pretty sure they covered mostly everything, the last couple of people, but I just wanted to say that a vote for this new developmental order would be a vote against the people of Destin, the citizens. That's it.
Yep, the blue.
Fred Pratt.
Hold up, and get on the mic. Yep, just for the
Fred
record.
Pratt, 5 Calhoun Avenue. Just a couple things. They took all the wind out of my sail. They took everything. So just a few things. Where are the public slips now? Do we have any?
Just reminder, we got to address us.
That'll be for rebuttal for the gentleman. So I don't know if there's any there. I don't think there's one. Someone said 20 signs. There's probably 50 signs. So I'd like to know where that is. Also, what kind of revenue has been derived from what we should have as our slips? So let's say there's 20 slips. Are they being rented? Where'd that money go? So that's another benefit. Not to mention the tax credits. We talked about the $119,000. The other thing is, if city council doesn't matter and city council's agreement is moot, it doesn't have an expiration date and all the like she said, word salad that we talked about, if it doesn't really matter, why are they back here asking for it to be changed? So obviously you have the upper hand here, and I hope you use it. So, maybe there's a little compromise. I would say 20 transient slips might be a little bit much, but the thing is, I've been over there many times. I boat. I've got 2 boats out here. I'll go over there, and a year ago, during the winter especially, they wanted my business. They'd let me park there. It was fine. I never overstayed my welcome. But here in this last year, and this summer, I guess, I've not had a run-in with anybody. I went over there one day, and there was another gentleman running his business, obviously, and he said, hey, you can't park there. I just said, okay, went on. But apparently it's gotten pretty hostile, according to what I'm hearing. So with that said, you guys have the power in your hands, obviously, or they wouldn't be courting you as hard as they are right now. It took me a minute, 2 minutes. That was an hour and 15 minutes, so hopefully we can get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Name and address. Floor is yours.
Patrick Burke on behalf of Destin Water Taxi, 615 Gulf Shore Drive. Good evening, everybody. Not a proposal of this the amendment you guys are doing. However, I would like to relinquish the water taxi slip in front of the edge and have it on either side, on the west end, on east end on the dock, as I do have customers that would like to go from Harbor Tavern or strictly to Boathouse. The edge is fine, I always drop off there, but however, with the heavy traffic that comes in through that channelway, for example, I nearly missed an accident from what I call credit card captains. So if I could have, please, amendment or a restructure of the water taxi slips on the east side of the dock. I only need one section, so 8 foot, I believe, is the required construction between piling to piling. On the edge is fine with me, just so I can get out of the taxiway of the channel and be on my way. That's all I have to say, and I'll give my time to anyone else that needs it. Thank you,
sir. All right, next. All right, just got a lot of people here. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Adrian Alterman, 425 Stallman Avenue. Hi, council members and Mr. Mayor. I just wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but it really struck me when I was watching the video of the original passing of this, I don't want to call it a bill, but whatever was built. And if you listen to it, the amount of times that the comments were made about the public good, I think it was at least 5 or 6 times, if not upward of 10 to 12 times, between both the person that was pitching you the proposal and then also the city council members that were in unanimous approval of it and how good they thought it was for the public. So I'd ask you to go back to that time that the city council approved it and look at the intent of both parties, because both parties were indicating that the transient portion of the proposal was going to be better for the public. And I think that's really where the issue stands today. I do ask that if you guys are considering a yes on Mr. Perry's proposal, that the 3-year limit of whatever is approved from a transient's time be struck or changed, because really that is just a farce give from their end. You know, let's get as many public transient places that the public can come and enjoy the harbor as we can and keep them there permanently for as long as we can. And then finally, I want to ask the council, Mr. Perry's lawyer came up here and spoke today for a long time about a lot of definitions about transient, a lot of questions about what would happen if you rebuilt that dock today and if a hurricane came and blew it away. Well, why aren't there requirements? And really, what is the council thinking about the future of the harbor? And where do you guys want to see the public have use of that? And so really consider in your future agenda items to what should those requirements be? And let's fix this problem for any future builds that come to the harbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I'm Gene Eisman, 775 Gulf Shore Drive. Just want to start out with saying I do love Kimberly and Claude, have a good relationship with them, but I run inspected vessels out of our marina, and the guy stating that only 6-pack vessels are being run out of there is completely false. Primetime Charters runs out of there. They have 3 livery vessels, and several pick up at the end of the dock as liveries. That's all I got.
Thank you, Gene. Anyone else? All right. Giving everyone due process. Anyone else? Seeing none, we're going to close the public comments. Ms. Kopp?
Does the applicant wish to respond to any of the public comments?
Okay. Do they need to respond? All right, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I made notes of the different people who spoke, so I'm going to have a couple comments on some of the things they said. Mr. Osborne says he lives at 572 Gulf Shore Drive. Mr. Osborne has been a resident of Walton County up until 22-23, living on Driftwood, which is the extension off of Mac Bayou, where he listed his homestead. He ran for sheriff just this past election cycle several months ago and listed his home address as being off of Mac Bayou Road in Walton County. So I don't know where he lives and whether he owns property or not in Destin, but he definitely hasn't been a Destin resident. And I'll let Mr. Bagby share with you the litigation that he's filed against the city of, Walton County for the last 20 years. Second, Mr. Roberts, respect the hell out of him, great lawyer, association lawyer, Becker Polioff, and he may represent 1,073 condo owners. I don't know how many of them have their own private boat slips on the harbor. I know Marbella does for sure, and because I've worked with Jay on different projects. Several of these condo developments have boat slips on the harbor, and I can assure you they're not transient, and they're not public, because they're for their residents, and they're residents only to use. Ms. Rogers, new toughie, still a good friend of mine. You know, the thing that Ms. Rogers, a couple statements. One, Mr. Perry never paid $10,000 in net positive benefit fees. That's not true. there's a letter in your file that you got that the city produced as part of their evidence, as well as we did, that was paid. And second of all, she calls this a contract. Mr. Perry did not enter into a contract with the city. The city is very well aware. I know Mr. Bagby, Ms. Trammell are, Mr. Destin for sure, because I've been involved with meetings with him before in the past. There is a statutory and provision, and it also is codified by the city of Destin in their land development code, and it's called a developer's agreement, where there is a quid pro quo for lots of different things. And it is public record, it has public meetings, it is drafted, it is worked on, it's signed, it's approved, it's recorded in the public records. We don't have a development agreement. We have an approval of a dock permit for construction. The uses that were offered by the applicant were permitted usage. It wasn't an indentured servant. I'm giving you free use of 21 boat slips for the rest of my life and the duration of the docks. I don't doubt that the citizens believe, and I don't disagree, that we need as much access to the water, whether it be the harbor waterways or whether it be the beaches. That's what eminent domain is about. That's about raising taxpayers' money and using Triumph money like you guys have done very well with your grants and bought property on the beach that you own and you control and you regulate and you allow the public to use it. You bought property at World Melbourne Park and built the first public marina, I guess, to the extent that it's a marina, but the first public docking facility answering people in the citizenry who live here saying we want to have access to the harbor. The city can buy additional properties if they can find upland property owners to sell it to them, and they can build docks, and they can create their own rules and regs. But what the city can't do is to exact private property and public benefits unless it's to mitigate the causes of it, which is why we had net positive benefit, which is why we have impact fees, and we all know about that. You can't just say, well, you offered us 21 transient slips then, you're going to stay with it, and it's going to be free to the public. The city doesn't have that right, in my opinion. The gentleman, I missed his name, but he wants us to relocate the taxi slip. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I've talked over with my clients. I'm not quite sure I understood the issue because I have hearing aids and I don't hear very well, so I couldn't quite understand what he was saying. But if it's an issue of designating a different place than what we've had for taxi, then we could be more than happy if he's the guy that drives a water taxi around Destin. I did want to mention something because I forgot. At the very end of the 2019, when Marcy Bell was asking Gary Jarvis about managing the docks and how the people, you remember what Gary said? Well, I'm sure people are going to be calling to find out how much it cost, because it was clearly in his head, and at least was mentioned, whether Mr. Braden and everybody else up there picked up on it, that these boat slips were not free of charge. So it was always contemplated to be that way. The last gentleman said that there is a prime time charters and they don't, they do something they're not limited to a six-pack. The proposal is that we'll be limited to six-pack, and all the tenants have been told that, including this gentleman, I don't remember his name, but the prime time charter guy. So that's part of the proposal that we were giving to you. So with that being said, I'll be willing to answer any other questions that council has.
All right, Ms. Cupp, at this point, can I go through the board?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to start with one question as an icebreaker. Are you paid by the minute?
No, an hour.
Fair enough. All right. Yep. Staff, anything? Seeing none from staff? All right. Councilman Guile.
Thank you. Thank everybody for coming in today. During the public comments, there were 6 locals that voted no, or that came up to speak no. 2 people reserved time for the people speaking no, and 2 non-residents that spoke no.
I just want that clear, that I tracked that, and I do appreciate y'all speaking, but there were 2 non-residents that were voicing opinions. Second, one thing that you've kind of stressed is based off permit, but I watched the 2019, and it was very clear to me that the council members stated that they were approving this primarily and solely because they were going to be public slips. I feel like if you would have stressed that they weren't going to be public slips, that they would not have approved this. Second, I've looked at your shared parking. I've listened to some of the citizens in Destin. I've also Googled just those 2 addresses, charters out of those addresses. You state that you're going to have 0% at 6 p.m. I've seen Cruise Tiki's that's located at that address offering sunset tours, starting at 6 p.m., lasting 3 hours, up to 9 p.m. I've seen primetime charters also doing the same thing, starting at 6:30, lasting for 3 hours. So I believe that's inaccurate and it's deceptive. So I'm going to move to deny the application as presented.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second? I have a second. We'll continue discussions. Anything else?
No, thank you very much.
All right, let it know. Councilman Braden, you're up.
Thank you. When you stated a minute ago that the other attorney said there was like 1,000 or something other votes or slips or whatever, or he represented those people, and you assured us that those were not public. What did you mean by that?
When I said the condo marina votes?
Yeah, you said 1,000 of them, and you assured us that those were not public.
Yeah, because the ones that I have read, and I've read the submerged land leases, and I've also permitted them for developers of condominium projects. They are very specially designed for the associations and the usage of those unit owners.
Then what would be
They're
a
not
public slip?
open to the public.
If they're not public, then what would be a public slip?
Pardon me?
What would be a public? What would be for the public?
That's a great question, because there are no public slip definitions in the city of Destin. The only public definition is by the DEP that says you can rent for up to a year.
Right. Well, I was on the council in 2019, and I don't need you or anyone else in this room or city staff or this council, anybody else, to tell me or explain to me what a public slip is or a transit slip. I've taken boats from here to Clearwater to Key West to Mexico, and we stayed in transit slips all the way, public transit slips. So I don't need anybody to explain to me what a public slip is. I don't need anybody to explain to me what that 55-mile-an-hour speed limit sign says out there. I know what it is. So when you stand up here and tell me, or you or anybody else stands up and tells me that if you allow me to build this, or if you approve this, I'm going to give you 20 public transit slips. And when they go to the harbor board, and it's said multiple times, yes, these are public. These are for the public. That is for the public. I don't mean that that's for the public to pay for them, or that's for the public to come rent it for a month, for 12 months. That's for public use. It's a public benefit. And I know we were big into public benefits, and we still are. You know, if you want to build it, we need some public benefit. So, okay, well, I'll give you this public benefit if you approve it, and that's what we approved on. I know without a shadow of a doubt, that was how I interpreted it when I voted to approve it, that they were for public, not for public to rent for 12 months at the time. And it was transit slips. And and like the lady said, mentioned a while ago, the parking, it did go from 279 to 223 to 120. And I've said for 8 years or nine and a half years now, I don't know how in the hell that is even possible. Like I said, that's their opinion. Why the city, why this council or past councils ever approved that or even considered that? You know, that, well, whether the boats aren't being used from 6 o'clock on or whatever. I mean, it's ludicrous. And, you know, we require you to have so many parking places, and then the next day you can come in and say, well, I know we had to have so many parking places for my restaurant, but now I want 12 pontoon boats. So here's somebody that just pencil whipped a parking study for me and says, I got enough now all of a sudden. And then 3 months later, well, I want some want some wave runners. Well, let's pencil whip that again. Okay, now you got plenty still. I don't get it. But no, when it's public, and like I say, I know what public is. I know what they meant by public or transit slips. That's what I based my decision off of in 2019. And I feel certain that's what the rest of the staff and the council base their opinion off of. And I know at least 4 years ago, Mr. Perry came up here and he stood right where you're at and was arguing with the council that that's private property. We had no right to tell him that he couldn't rent those slips because we were telling him then that was public. You can't do it. You got to take your signs down. Well, it's private property. You can't tell me what I can do on my own property. I mean, so it's been going on for a long time. And again, it's like it was said earlier, if it's so cut and dry, I don't know why you're here tonight. I don't know why you even don't, you're supposed to go to the magistrate tomorrow night if it didn't pass tonight. I don't know why you just didn't take it there. Or if it's so cut and dry, I don't know why is it an issue? But anyway, there's a lot, and I'm gonna shut up for now.
All right, point taken. Councilwoman Hebert.
Thanks, Mayor. Not sure if you noticed, but I was in the front row during that meeting because I was running for council and had not made it on council yet. So I attended every meeting because I wanted to know what was going on with the city. And I heard it sitting in this room. This is for the public. And there was no intention of, oh, it's going to cost money. There was no discussion of cost. It was going to be for the public benefit. And then when Ms. Preble reiterated that, let me clarify that with you. This is going to be for the public. That's wonderful. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to do stuff for the public. So it was clear, and there was no muddiness about it whatsoever. And for you to say, if the city wants some more, harbor access, or whatever, go find some more and go buy it. That's the residents' money we have to spend to get that. We got lucky that we got TDC funding to help us buy one harbor. We got lucky that we got TDC funding to help us buy 2 pieces of property at the front over by Crystal Beach. So telling us we should go find some more, that's really not fair to the citizens that work very hard in this city and pay a lot of money. They should enjoy those 21 slips. They should be free. And I don't think anybody could argue with that was here that night or has watched it become an absolute aggravation since then. So I agree. I'm not going to vote for your change.
That's fine. I want to clarify, though, what you said and what Mr. Braden said, Ms. Hebert, is public benefit. The applicant wasn't required to provide 21 public benefits under the rules of the City of Destin, two of which no charge, 2 of which could be charged. That's what your code says. That's what your code says.
But Mr. Matthews, he said 21 public slips, not what was required, what was given. It was given. There was no laws, codes, any of that was discussed. His lawyer stood up here
Appreciate your comments. I wasn't here, but we'll just beg to differ. That's fine.
Yeah, you gotta just rewatch it maybe 5 or 6 more times. It'll sink in. It was free.
It won't. It won't.
All right. For the sake of not being redundant, I do believe, and it's quite apparent to me that the public slips were a condition of approval. I mean, that seems pretty cut and dry. So, the fact that it took an hour, I guess come from the standpoint of if you're explaining, you're losing, and to take an hour to explain something that should be fairly straightforward, and given the evidence that you provided today, it just, I don't see how this can even be held up on your side. So I appreciate you coming here tonight, but I just really don't see how this wasn't a condition of approval. With that, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. While Mr. Perry's group raises a number of questions that I think are legitimate, about the liability when the public uses your slips, about the repairs when the public tears your slips up, how long the agreement to provide public slips goes for. Is it in perpetuity? None of those things were addressed, and it's abundantly clear from listening to the tapes and the testimony that the council was accepting public slips, and they didn't expect there was any time frame on them. I'm like you say, I'm surprised it wasn't the subject of a development agreement. That would have clarified everything and would have made this whole exercise we're going through not necessary, but that didn't happen. And so I don't know how we can go forward and give up the public's use to these slips, short of a judge in a court telling us we have to. And so, you know, regretfully could not support a motion to give up those public slips, and the motion to deny, I think, is correct at this time.
Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, man, it's been a while. Thanks, Mr. Matthews, for being here. I think last time you were here, we had a lot of discussion too, so hopefully we'll have to do it again anytime soon. I appreciate, though, this is the process of what we all signed up for, so, you know, I respect you and everybody for coming here. You said a minute ago that this property does not have a parking czar? Is that what you said? That they don't have anybody going around asking for parking? I just was curious. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure I heard you, because I just want to make sure for the record. Why are these FDEP forms in your packet blank? I was trying to understand. I was trying to do the research. I saw the definitions, but then I tried to go see, okay, well, here's the definitions. Well, how many did they say were being used? But they're all blank.
I understand that. I did not submit the forms that were filed previously, other than to show you what the definition of slips are by the DEP. That was the only purpose by giving you that.
So we don't know how many they put under each of those sections then?
No, none of them, I can't answer that for you. I can tell you that the DEP does not designate any of the slips that they approve in those categories the way those definitions are. And as you noticed, that they're all fee generating. Gotcha. I'll be quite candid with you in my conversations with FDEP. They care about the money. Yeah. I'm sorry, but that's...
No, you're good. Speaking of the money, I have a document, I guess, that was signed by Mr. Claude Perry. It's in our packet for these applications. And it was writing to Mr. Zinguzzi, who was the community development director at the time. And it says, I'm writing you concerning the dock extension projects located at 302 and 288 Harbor Boulevard. This project, the project, offers 15 transient boat slips for use by the public. So I believe this was his way of saying, or what was the purpose of this? Do you know?
No, but I can tell you I agree with what it says. It doesn't say free, does it? It doesn't say in perpetuity, does it?
Transient boat slips for
It
use
says,
by the public.
and we do have today transient boat 12 that are provided, or 13 provided to the public right now.
And did he request to have the $100-something-thousand waived?
No comments, please.
I know through the different things that I saw that was definitely taken into consideration. And that's another reason why we offered to pay $60,000 more than the 10 that we've already paid, because I think there was a quid pro quo. I've never seen a document that actually says that, but it definitely looked like that was something that had been discussed. Absolutely.
All right, gotcha. Well, I mean, based on, I do have some questions about the shared parking plan as well. There's some things there that don't look right, but based on what we see tonight, that 20-minute video, I wasn't here in 2019, but I watched it tonight. It's to me, very clear multiple times by another outstanding community member, the Trammell family, has made it very clear, representing your client, that these were going to be 21 public transient slips to use by the public to come enjoy our festive marketplace on the harbor. And that was the intention given that night from what I could see. I wish it's been like that since that day, but there's no way I could support this development order application based on what I'm being presented tonight, so.
Okay. Councilman Bagby.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick points that Ms. Rogers' point, or that I understood, was you paid $10,000, or the applicant paid $10,000, but that $10,000 went to FDEP, not to the city. So I will ask the staff, or you, or the applicant, how much in payment did the city receive for the NEPB?
Kim, Bell? No, okay, I thought you were reaching for it.
Okay, nobody knows.
I'm pulling up the letter
Okay.
from Lewis because I think the amounts were in there.
Okay.
Although Crystal's not here, right, to verify? Oh, thanks. So according to the letters from Lewis to Mr. Perry, it looks like a total of 9,870 net positive environmental benefit fees and a total of 4756.55 in building permit fees were paid to the city. That is
Okay.
my read of the letter, so
All right.
9870.
So I just want, because, you know, I think Mr. Destin's absolutely right. We, not just the city, but the applicant should have done a better job memorializing this in some sort of an agreement. And we wouldn't be here tonight, but we didn't. What I think, and I'm not here, you know, I ran through the parking numbers, and I just think I have a lot of issue with it, but I'm not going to spend time doing that, because to me, the bottom line, after watching the tape a couple of times, is that it would have been $119,000, and you paid $10,000. And the reason the council allowed you to pay $10,000 as opposed to $119,000 was because you were given a public benefit of the slips to the city or to the public, which the city represents. And so that $109,000 difference, and I read, you know, y'all valued back then, it was $1,000 per month per slip and all this. The courts are going to figure all that out. But for our purposes, we gave, you know, there's three rheostats here. There's the money paid, okay, you paid $10,000, you could have paid $119,000, and all of them would have been private. They would have been whatever you want them to be. You could have, there was a mention of the Harbor Boardwalk easement. You know, you could have granted that, like most everybody did, not everybody. Or there was the number of public slips. And so you don't get to, in my mind, you know, if you want to come back and say, well, we'll pay $60,000 and we'll give you 15 slips and we'll give you an easement to the board, that's a negotiation that you and the staff can have. But for tonight's purpose, what's in front of us was, you gave us 21 slips, we let you pay only $10,000, and unless you have a better proposal than what you're currently proposing in your revised development order or amended development order, then I have to vote no, because I just don't think the value is there. The value is in those slips. The value that Mr. Perry, who I love and have always respected, and you, who I respect, I won't say I love you.
You don't love him? That's fair.
Yeah.
Stop where you're at.
Yeah. Is that the city and the applicant had an agreement, had an understanding, and we moved forward. And we didn't get but $10,000, but we got 21 slips, or we thought we were getting 21 slips, and that's where we are. And, you know, we'll let a judge or whatever figure all that out, but I think it was clear from the record that was established, the public and the city thought those were public slips, and so that's it.
Councilwoman Trammell.
Well, I'd just like to say, I think the three of us over here have spent so many more hours with Mr. Matthews in negotiation than anybody else in this room, because we sat together and negotiated the contract for all those easements. And we hammered it out, and we made details, and we did all that kind of stuff. And yes, there are some missing from all of this. I agree with that. I don't know that you can do that every time, but I will say, with what's presented tonight, and what you're proposing, I'm going to deny the application as well, because I think it's time to negotiate again. Thank you.
I would ask I'm sorry.
Yep, no, I was going to say the board's free, so if there's any rebuttals or any final comments, please do so now.
Yeah, I would ask that because of comments of Mr. Bagby, Mr. Destin, and Mr. Hamel in particular, I would like an opportunity to continue this for 30 days, to let me talk with...
Please, no.
To let me get with staff and see if there is another proposal that would be more acceptable than the one that you have presented to you tonight. I will commit that the proposal that we have and the uses during the next 30 days will be those uses, the fueling and the 6th transit, et cetera. So not to have no parking signs, if you will, up on the dock, but to give me 30 days to meet with staff and to come up with something that may be more palatable to you. That's what I would ask.
All right, thank you for that.
And I'm asking, before you make
He's
a
asking for 30 days to continue talking to staff and I about a revised proposal. Is that what you're saying?
correct, and then continuing the NOV tomorrow for the same 30-day period so that
So
we
as to
can be
put
doing it all at once.
Yep. He's asking also for us to put tomorrow's code compliance hearing on hold for 30 days.
Guys, stop. We got a sheriff back there who's been bored all night. All right, Councilman Braden?
Okay, but
Yep,
things on the
sorry.
dock will remain as they are now, correct? We won't be changing it to the whatever you proposed on
Oh,
here.
I'm going to say, we'll continue to have the transient slips that are there will be used by the public without charge.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify.
All right, just like that, the board's letting back up. Councilman Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I don't, no, just because the council has already pretty much admitted they're not accepting it, they're going to deny it. Now you want 30 days to take another shot at it, to come back and try to work something with the staff. Well, it's not the staff, it's this council that's running the show, not the staff. So they just, I mean, with all the misinformation up here tonight, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, the one that Mr. Osborne said he lived on the island, he never said that. He said he has property, he has 2 pieces of property in Destin. So it's, I mean, it just goes on and on and on, you know, just trying to mislead. And no, there's no way in hell I'm fixing to give 30 days. I mean, you know, to give another shot at it,
This is a judicial hearing.
you know, to work with staff. This is not for staff to work on it. It's the council. We got elected to represent the people, and that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Guile?
It's been 6 years, and you all haven't learned the definition of public transient slip. I don't think you're going to learn it in 30 days, so I'm not going to support it.
Councilor Schmidt?
Yeah, I just wanted to publicly say I can't do that. I believe our attorney has already tried to do a little bit of that leading up to tonight, and that wasn't even received well, because here we are with no additional changes from what was being proposed. So I will not accept that at all.
Councilman Aber?
Thanks, Mayor. As I said before, I was here when it was said, there's no way I'm going to give you 30 more days to do anything else. What we've said here is what we represented from years ago. We represent our public, and they deserve those 21 slips free and clear starting tomorrow.
Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, my question is for our attorney. If we deny, that doesn't prevent them from coming back in 30 days with another application, does it?
I believe if they get denied, they have to not come back for at least a year.
Okay. And and the denial just basically says to the code board, or to the magistrate,
So there is a order that provides that there is a violation. That
Right.
The next step in that process is to have a compliance hearing to determine if they came into compliance or if a lien will be imposed. So if they had gotten approval tonight for something, then that violation may have been determined to come into compliance. But without an approval from the council to change the requirements that were imposed as a condition of the 2019 permit, they would not, in my opinion, and we'll deal with this tomorrow at the magistrate, they would not be in compliance.
okay.
All right. Councilman Destin, reaching?
I was just going to make a point of order, Mayor. If we have a motion in front of us, it's for denial, it is not for a continuance. Short of a substitute motion, then we need to vote on our motion.
Yes, sir. Yes, we do. All right, Councilman Ray, please call the vote.
We're denying.
All right, Ray.
Denied.
Motion was to deny the
Okay, so if I vote yes, it's
That means you're
denied.
denying.
Wait, can we explain that, please?
Yeah, because the way it's written,
We made the motion in the negative, not the affirmative.
It was Councilmember Giles' motion to deny the application. So if you vote yes, you will be voting for a denial. If you vote no, you will not be voting for a denial.
So voting yes is
Voting yes is a denial.
what we agreed.
see, good thing.
All right, ayes have it, 7-0. All right. All right, with that, that's what I was going to say. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We have a couple people. They want. Thank you, everyone, for being in those very uncomfortable chairs. All right, if everyone can please find their seats, I would like to get this meeting back to order. Sergeant at Arms, we have a councilwoman leaving. I would like you to escort her back to her seat. Just kidding. All right. All right, with that, I have a quorum, and we are going to continue the June 16th City Council meeting. With that, public hearing 5A, Ms. Kopp.
Okay, this is ordinance number 2503 PC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for the adoption of a small-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan future land use map to include a change in future land use designation of 3 parcels of real property located within a portion of the area of Beach Drive to Benning Drive, as more particularly described and depicted in Exhibit A, consisting of approximately 8.53 acres from medium-density residential village, MDRV, to recreation, REC, providing for incorporation into the comprehensive plan, providing for a business impact estimate, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd also like to read the next ordinance, which is the accompanying rezoning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because they're connected for the same properties. And so simultaneously, we'll also be reading ordinance number 2504 LC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending the official zoning map as referenced in the Land Development Code, Section 71201A2 zoning maps, to include a change in the zoning designation of 3 parcels of real property located within a portion of the area of Beach Drive to Benning Drive, as more particularly described and depicted in Exhibit A, consisting of approximately 8.53 acres from medium-density residential village, MDRV, to recreation, REC, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for jurisdiction, providing for zoning map amendments, providing for incorporation into the Land Development Code, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading of both ordinances. One, as I just described, is a comp plan amendment. The other is rezoning of property in connection with our crosstown connector.
Thank you, Ms. Kopp. At this time, if there's anyone from the public, where they all go, who would like to speak on these 2 issues. Oh, thank you, Sheriff. The Sheriff is going to identify as the public tonight. All right, with that, if there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on these, this is your time to do so. Seeing literally nobody, I will close the public comments and entertain a motion at this time. Councilman Bagby.
I move that City Council approve the proposed ordinance 25-03-PC.
One at a time. That was just for, yep.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and I have a second. Any discussions? Seeing none. Ray, please call the vote for 2503 PC. Oh, and A-Bear is out of here. Would someone like to push her? What do we do here? Ray, kill her as far as the voting?
I'll vote for her.
From the vote from? Shut up, Larry.
Ray, do we need a verbal vote?
Do we need a verbal vote to absent her? There we go. All right, there we go. 6-0, so moved. And then with that, I will entertain a motion for 2504 LC at this time.
Mayor, I move that the City Council approve the proposed ordinance 25-04-LC.
All right, with that, do I hear, I have a motion, do I hear a second? You got a second, Councilman Braden? Yep. If, trying to go too quick here. Yeah. All right, if there's anyone from the public at this time who wishes to speak on 2504 LC, this is your time to do so. Seeing none, I'll close the public comments. We have, I'm sorry, I'm doing this all out of order. With that, do I hear a motion? I have my second. Ray, can you call the vote? I'm messing this up. All right, ayes have it, so moved, 6-0. Ms. Kopp, 5C.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance number 2417 an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending Chapter 6 of the Code of Ordinances to create a new Article 5, Property Maintenance Code, providing for findings of fact, providing for incorporation into the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading. Noel?
Thank you, Kim. Good evening, council and mayor. So I'm bringing back the property maintenance code, which is to ensure properties and structures maintain the regulations of the land code and Florida building codes after the issuance of a certificate of occupancy or a certificate of completion. It is not the intent of the city to drop in and conduct inspections on a regular basis on any property in Destin without due cause. The property maintenance code is to focus on change of use applications, problematic properties, damaged or dilapidated structures, and properties that may become blighted, unkept, or determined to be unsafe to its occupants or the general welfare of the public. Some of the general requirements includes governing the minimum conditions and uphold the responsibilities of the owners for maintenance of those structures, equipment, and exterior properties. The property conditions include the structures, premises, and exterior properties that shall be maintained free from weeds, excessive grass, and provides increased ability for abatement of those properties. Current code allows for abatement of unsafe structures. The PMC, the Property Maintenance Code, authorizes abatement for additional violations to include accumulation of trash and governing weeds and grass and et cetera. Incorporated into the maintenance code from the LDC was many sections from the original unsafe building abatement code, which include starting on page 4 through 8 of the current ordinance, or if you're in the whole packet of agenda, it starts on page 1724. So we kind of really revamped what I originally brought to you back in October as far as the administration and enforcement section of the unsafe building or property maintenance code, and just replaced it with what we had currently written in the unsafe building abatement code. And then we did bring in some other sections from the LDC to include sections from the LDC 9.05, which included conservation, established residential neighborhoods, which kind of goes into requirements for abandoned vehicles, again, unsafe or dilapidated structures, and also includes requirements for motor and recreational vehicles, vessels, and trailers, and where they, how many you can have that's in front of the property. So we kind of incorporated some of those things into this code this time as well. So the main bulk of this is related to that. We got rid of the full blown length that we had before, so we shrunk it down so that the unsafe conditions mimic what we had in the unsafe building abatement code, with the change of the last section, it used to be 12. Now we just, instead of referencing the standard housing code as that could be found in violations of chapter 2 and 3, we now reference to the property maintenance code, chapters 4 and 7, without bringing in that whole book into the ordinance. So with that, I leave it to council if you have any questions, and I'll be glad to answer them.
All right, before we get into questions, at this time, it is a public hearing, so if anyone from the public wishes to speak on this ordinance, this is your time to do so. Seeing none, I'll close the public comments. Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve ordinance 2417 CC Property Maintenance Code on first reading.
Thank you for that. I have a
Second.
motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, and Councilman Guile. Any further discussions? All right, Councilman Destin, then Councilman Trammell.
Oh.
Councilman.
Go ahead.
No, did you?
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't hit the
He
button. Go
beat you
ahead.
in there, but if you want to jump in,
Go ahead.
he's yielding the
You're
floor,
next.
madam.
You're next.
I have some misgivings about this ordinance. The problem is we're putting all of this responsibility on the head of the building inspector with no oversight by the elected officials or the city manager. We may not always have someone who is reliable or as fair as Noel. It seems this whole country expressed pretty clearly that they wanted less government, less expenses. This is more government. And I would propose that what we should do, and I will offer a substitute motion that puts this responsibility on the city manager at the request of the building official with an appeal process to the city council, except in conditions or circumstances that are imminent and danger to the public health and safety, in which case the city manager would take immediate action at the request. But I would say that that will give us some oversight and not put it in the hands of one sole official who, after all, can change as we go through the process of being a city. So I'll make that as a substitute motion.
Second.
All right, I have a substitute motion and a second.
Councilmember Destin, would you be okay with that language being city manager or city manager's designee?
Yes.
With an appeal to council?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Councilman Bagby, are you okay with that amendment?
Yep.
All right, with that, any further? I think that got wiped.
Sandy and I.
Yeah, something got wiped, so
I just want to know, does this apply to the city itself? Because there's a lot of places that the city grass is over 9
better.
inches and it needs mowed.
all right, Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive. I just want it to, at some point, have the city manager bring it to us if it, at some trigger point. So on the emergency in particular, so you can designate an emergency, we have to put it in the language, but you can designate it as an emergency, take action, but I want you to report it to the city council at the next scheduled regular meeting. So I took this action.
That sounds fine. If city attorney, if you can incorporate that concept into my motion, that would be great.
All right, we have two amendments that seem approval. Anything else, any discussion? I'm seeing none on the board. We have a substitute motion with those two. Oh, Ms. Noel? Okay.
That was a substitute.
That was a substitute motion.
I was asking them to add some language.
Yeah, with two additional languages.
To add some language. I got to vote? Jesus Christ.
All right, 6-0, so moved. Ms. Kopp.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next one is ordinance 2025-10 LC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, permitting decks to encroach up to 5 feet into rear setbacks for townhomes that are not waterfront within the high-density residential HDR zoning district, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for incorporation into the Land Development Code, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. So this ordinance does exactly what the title says. It keeps the rear setbacks in HDR for townhomes at 10 feet and does not allow any structures into that setback other than it would allow decks. I did have some council members ask questions about providing a definition for deck after it was in the agenda package and they had a chance to look at it. So that is one thing you might want to consider if you make a motion to approve, is to have us define a deck and whether they can be enclosed or not.
All right, with that, and this being a public hearing, at this time, if anyone from the public wishes to speak on 2510 LC, this is your time to do so. Seeing none, I'll close the public comments at this time and entertain a motion for the ordinance.
Move, we approve.
We got a motion from Councilman Destin. Do I hear a second?
Are you going to add the
Whoa,
caveat?
whoa, whoa. Slow that down if you don't mind.
It's okay.
There's nothing on the screen to press a button.
I'm getting a second so we can go to this discussion. Do I hear a second?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Bagby with a second, and now we have discussion. And it all went away.
I was going to say, I don't know.
All right, Ray, clear the vote. We have discussion, and I had 4 people up. I know Councilman Trammell, you were up first. If you want to lead while we reset the board, all other council members, please plug back in.
I was just asking the question for clarification. Was your motion going to include the definition of what a deck is and whether or not it could have a screened-in environment or some cover on it or whatever, all of that in the definition?
Councilman Destin?
I would think at the point it's screened in, it's no longer a deck.
That's correct.
That's why we wanted to define it.
All right, with that, any further, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, continuing that, we're not just talking about screens. We want a definition of a deck, walls, screens, whatever, right? I mean, right. I just want to clarify, not just screened in porches. Okay.
And would those definitions be there for the second reading of this?
Yes, sir. And in fact, the city manager has some definitions now, if you want to hear them, or we will just incorporate it for second reading.
As long as you start with Wikipedia says.
No, it was actually prepared by staff.
Okay, fair enough. All right, seeing no further discussions? That seems to be true. Yep, go ahead.
Did you want him to answer that, or you going to let him?
No, I think he was going to make a crude joke at me or something, so I was going to cut him off. I see no further council discussion, so Ray, please call the vote. All right, 5-1, ayes have it, so moved.
Thank you, and
All
that
right.
was our last public hearing.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kopp. Going into the council presentations and comments, Councilmember Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. Have one thing. It was brought to my attention that one of our citizens, I guess, is under the impression that if he has a wedding in his backyard, that he has to pay a $500 permit fee to the city.
No. If it's a family, is it a family? It's a personal wedding, not a commercial wedding where he's renting out his house, correct?
That is correct. If I
Yeah.
want to have my daughter married in my backyard,
Yeah.
do I need a permit for that?
No.
Okay. Well, somebody's misleading him or he's read something wrong, and I'll pass that information.
I'm not aware of it, but Larry and I will try to figure it out.
Get him in touch with us, we'll get some clarity for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that it is on the beach, I guess, but not on private property. So, okay, that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Trammell.
Yes, I have 2 things. We discussed at the workshop with SRS, calling the plan the city center plan versus the town center plan because there was confusion as to what the town center was versus what their report was. So in talking with the city manager, he said he would like to have a motion to that effect, so in the future he could now call it the city center plan instead of town center. So I'm making that motion. I know it's not on the agenda. I don't know if you want me to put it on the agenda for next meeting.
Nope, with it not being on the agenda, we just need a supermajority vote for it to pass.
Well, we have a supermajority left, so if that's okay with you guys, I don't know.
All right, so
I'll make the motion then
I
if
do have
there's
a
a
motion
second.
for the name change. Do I hear a second? The name change would be from the
Town center, the SRS town center plan versus SRS city center plan. Because town center denotes some other part of the area that we have in this city, and every time you say town center plan, they don't know which one you're talking about, including staff or us or the citizens, either one. So.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second by Councilman Bagby. Seeing no further discussions, Ray, if you can please call the custom vote. All right, ayes have it unanimously. That is a supermajority vote, so the motion passes.
The other comment I have tonight was about the Children's Park dedication today. It was great. All of the kids that went to summer camp were there, And it's probably the most children I've ever seen in the park, ever, period, but they all loved it. And Lisa and her staff did such a wonderful job. And everyone was here. One of the unique things about it was the fact that we had the principal from Silver Sands School come and talk to us about how the adaptive equipment in there, or how the equipment in there could be adapted for her children that attend her school, as well as those that attend Destin, that live in Destin. So it was a great time by all, although it was hot as the dickens. We went through, I think, 10 gallons of lemonade.
All right, thank you for that. Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have on the agenda tonight the awarding of a number 3 position on our pre-position contract for hurricane debris removal. And I want to make it clear that this is not someone who would be 1 or 2. They would be number 3 if the other 2 can't do it. And the reason that I would ask that a 3rd one be added is after going through all the hurricanes in the past, as long as I've been here, I know if a hurricane hits in our area, if it's a big hurricane, you've got 150 miles of coast that has to be cleaned up. And to have a 3rd guy on the list who has, after all, been approved by FEMA for the last however many years they've been our person, seems to me would be a safe and logical thing to do.
Second.
All right, got a motion, got a second. Seems to make sense to me. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yep.
How does that affect the legality or the validity of the RFB process that we just went through?
So since these are continuing services contracts, nobody is actually guaranteed any work. It's that if we have a need, we have these contracts ready and on hand. And the way I understood Councilmember Destin's motion is, we recognize we already selected 2, and that their roles as 1st and 2nd would not be affected, and this is a 3rd party that we could go to if 1 and 2 were not available. So I don't think there would be impact on either of the first 2. So,
So what was the point of doing an RFP process?
I
if we
think
were
this
just selecting
3rd
them?
contractor is one of the respondents.
Right, I guess I'm just curious, why do we go through the process of an RFP, go to the streets, get people to submit bids, and then after the fact,
If
bring
this
another one?
if this were the kind of bid where there was only one winner, I would say you suggested you're probably right, but this is the kind of bid like we have with some of our other continuing contracts, that there's a group who's allowed to be on standby. And the difference between 2 and 3, I don't think is significant.
Okay. And Mr. Burgess brought up in a meeting about possible FEMA reimbursement issues. Is that anything to be concerned with? I'm just curious. The selection process, I think.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I mean, Mr. Destin's made it clear that this would be our 3rd option. The other 2 firms that we've already identified are both well qualified and equipped to handle most events.
Gotcha.
So.
I appreciate it. Well, hopefully we don't even have to use any of them.
Yeah, no kidding.
We need to celebrate, don't we?
Yeah. Councilmember Trammell?
I thought our continuing contracts were 5 years. Have they gone to 3 now?
No, I was just talking about we have 3 people that are on the continuing contract.
Okay, because it says a 3-year pre-positioned, and I thought maybe it should say 5 years. That was my only question. If every other continuing contract is for 5 years, I just don't know why this one's only 3. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I don't think we can change that without going back through the process, probably.
Did all of them do 3?
Generally, most of our continuing services contracts are year to year, though we have a initial year for award and up to 4 one-year extensions. We do have a few exceptions here and there that are a little different. The one I'm thinking of is our mechanical and electrical services one is a 2-year with 3 possible renewals up to 5 years. But this right here will give us just at least a more consistent working relationship with these people, because if you clean up after a disaster, it may last for quite a while. So
I think we could agree, though, that whatever the length of the other 2 is, we will make this one the same length.
All right, with everyone nodding, I will have Ray call and open the vote. All right, ayes have it unanimously.
One other issue.
6-0.
One other issue. At the last meeting, we discussed how we could make it possible, in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department, to have them participate in enforcing the vending prohibition. And they asked that we take the no vending out of the land development code, put it in a standalone, I believe. But whatever that process is, I would like to place on the agenda at the next meeting under me, and we will vote to take that step, which would allow the Sheriff's Department perhaps to help us with enforcement of that issue.
All right, thank you for that.
Do I need a motion for that?
Are you just putting it under your name? I mean, direction?
If you want to be the legislative sponsor for first reading of an ordinance in July, I would do, I don't think you need a motion for that.
Yeah.
Council will vote on the ordinance.
That's exactly what I need to do, so we won't need a motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, thank you. All right, with that, Councilman Bagby?
Thanks. Just remind everybody, your Form 1 is due, except for Mr. Destin, who, waits until it's time to pay. Yeah, the day before it's time to pay, but they're actually due July 1st. I want to give a shout out to the Sheriff's Office. I don't know, my watch, I must have been talking to my wife about 9/11 or something, and all of a sudden I got a call from the Sheriff's Office, and I'm sorry, I made a mistake, because they were on, and they wrote it off, and even though they wrote it off, like 3 minutes later, and I can't remember his name, I wrote it down at the house, but a sheriff's deputy was on my front porch ringing my bell, doing a wellness check on me, and so I said, nope, I'm fine, but I'm probably not going to be fine when you leave here. That's but great job. I also want to put my third thing, and thank y'all. I want to put Andrea Ansley underneath my name as my nominee to the Public Works, Public Safety Committee, unless they have a meeting between now and our next meeting in July. Do they? I don't think they do, but it'll be the day after? Okay, well, you can hopefully, you know what, I'll just go ahead and, I think everybody knows Andrea. It's not like you need a sheet to see if she lives in town or whatever. I'll nominate Andrea Ansley to be my nominee to the Public Works, Public Safety Committee.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second for a nomination for the Public Works Committee. I see no further discussion. Ray, open the vote. Look at that, a good little public shaming does good. All right. All right, anything else, Councilman Bagby?
No, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Guile?
Thank you very much. I have just a couple things. First and foremost, I want to congratulate former council member Johnny King and Emma King for their new baby girl that was born this morning, Franny. Congratulations. Second, I'd like to ask for clarification on something that was presented earlier today during the public comments. We had one citizen that claimed we had no authority of the mean high water line. We have another citizen that claims DEP expects the city to regulate and gives the city full authority. Is that something we can clarify today, or do we need to wait till after certain hearings?
I think we should have our code compliance hearings tomorrow.
Okay, then I'll wait until the next meeting, if you don't mind, just so I can have absolute clarification.
Sure.
Something else I'd like to offer up, and I respect Councilman Destin's request, and just to give council an alternative, I would like to ask staff to come back with options to include an RFP allowing at least 3 vendors to apply for beach vending, and let council consider options. Right now, we don't allow any. We're looking at one potential side of this. I would like to at least see the other potential side that the staff could make recommendations on that would allow other vendors to potentially do this. And then we can all vote on that collectively.
Okay, so now I regret saying we didn't need a motion because you have 2 different directions on conflicting ordinances.
Well, why can't they just bring back just options? I mean, just so we have discussion.
So Dewey Destin asked for first reading of an ordinance, and you're asking for an ordinance that would conflict, so now maybe there should be some discussion and a motion to clarify this.
All right. I'm just asking for options. I'm not asking for anything to go against. I just want to know if there are other options out there.
Or we could do the ordinance that Councilmember Destin requested and in the staff report include other options, and then if you vote down the ordinance, we can do your other options.
Would you agree to that, Councilman? I'm fine with that.
Okay, I got it.
Will that work?
Yeah, however you all want to do it.
No, no, as long as everybody agrees. I mean, I just want to make sure that. For beach vending, correct.
Yep.
I just want to see what's out there. Final thing that I want to bring up. Oh, do we have to vote?
I want to
on
vote,
that?
yep.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
All right, with that, any discussions? I think Ms. Kopp wanted us, no? Ms. Kopp, do you want any direction or a vote on this?
On the vending ordinance?
On adding this to
No,
that?
I understand it.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
All right, yep.
Basically, we're doing the ordinance for first reading that Councilmember Destin requested, and then we're putting options for other options as far as allowing beach vending, allowing some beach vending, as Councilmember Guile requested.
Just so
in the
that we
staff
can
report.
understand fully the capabilities. And hopefully that definition comes back, the discrepancy between the 2 points of view over mean high water line and DEP regulation, so that we can be more educated when we make that decision. Right?
Gotcha.
All right, cool.
I'm just making sure we're comprehensive here. Finally, any update on the harbor dredging? And if there is, we heard the public today talk about some of the public transient slips are filled with silt. Are we considering that in any of the dredging operations? Nobody's here to talk about it?
I think that's Jeff.
We've got quotes from continuing services contractors to perform the bidding documents and then help us with the CEI portion of that. So we'll be bringing one of those forward for council's approval in the near future.
All right, do any of those include dredging out the public transit? Because we had some, or at least an evaluation whether it needs to. We had a couple, our citizen today make the statement that they're filled with silt and they can't be utilized.
We can add that into the scope when we go to contract.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, appreciate that. Love the idea too. All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I have a few update questions. The bonfire public hearing will be coming the July 7th meeting, is that correct?
Working on it? Yes,
It will be coming the July 7th meeting?
that's the plan.
Okay.
We can get it.
Well, that's what the council, I believe, asked, or that's what Mr. Destin asked, I believe, the July 7th meeting for the bonfire discussion? Okay. Did we get any update on the Clement Taylor Park from Treasury and the county? Any response yet?
No update. The county did confirm that everything that was requested of them has been turned in. So, we're just waiting here at this point.
Could y'all check in with them, Larry, this week and let council know? Maybe kind of
Be glad to.
make sure
yes,
they
sir.
got it, like a read receipt or something. The park opening today was beautiful. It was hot. Good job, Councilwoman Trammell and Lisa and all your team. You had a lot of great words, Ms. Trammell, about what you said today. Very special. I really liked a lot of the stuff you said about, we have a lot of plans in place and we have a lot of plans about making things better around here. So I'm very excited about all those plans. I look forward to them. Thank y'all. There was a wreck westbound by the track this evening on the way here. It made me think about the airport turn lane. I might have missed that meeting. Was there a conclusion to what was?
The DOT was here on May the 8th, I believe, and was not interested in putting up any delineators or any means of separating that traffic.
Councilor Schmidt, on that, I know Councilwoman Trammell, and at least I agree on the allowing for further back awareness that that lane would be ending. Did we ask for any comments or consideration on that
I
perspective?
know we talked about it internally, Michael. Do you know if we got anything back from them? Yeah, because
Okay.
I don't think they've responded.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
when they gave us that email, I meant to ask this earlier, did they say what is their criteria? When do they deem it necessary for some kind of separation there? Because, you see them in multiple places around town, for Walton and whatnot. How do we meet their criteria to do
I don't
something?
think they gave us any criteria. We just asked them to look at what was there, and they said it did not
Yeah.
warrant.
Captain?
In a conversation I had with DOT about it, they said that their concern was that the delineators would limit bicyclists' opportunity to escape a vehicle coming over them when they were in the bike lane there. So they were looking at it as a safety issue for the bicycle lane.
Because you should bike on
So
98.
it sounds like I need to get out there in that turn lane and start rear-ending people, and maybe it'll be a problem then.
If you make the heat map big enough, they will take action.
Do we
Yes, sir.
do we have a date for the parking lot RF?
I'm sorry. Before we move topics, Councilwoman Trammell, do you have
sorry.
anything else on that topic?
I just wanted to say, what I was asking for is one of those big signs that looks like the interstate out there, but right at the intersection previous to that one that says it's going to end.
Yeah.
So if we can ask about that, I'd appreciate it.
All right. Floor is yours, sir.
Do we have an opening date for the parking lot RFP bids?
Yes.
When is it?
When?
The suspense was killing me. I had to do that. I'm sorry. It was going to be Thursday, but I didn't realize that Thursday was a holiday. So we issued an addendum and we pushed it back 1 week.
I didn't either.
So then we can expect to see that at the July meeting? That would be next Thursday, June 26th. And then
What are you
that gives
talking
you a
about,
whole
Kevin?
other week and a half before the next meeting.
If the opening is June 26th and the next council meeting is on July 7th, correct?
The parking lot RFB.
The paid parking
lot,
system.
System.
Yes.
Oh, I apologize.
We're paving
sorry.
parking lots. Come on.
Sorry, yeah. 10 o'clock, man. Well, I understand, but I can't wait 2.5 more weeks to, gotcha. Ice cream discussion earlier for whoever's here and listening. My email address is listed on the website. I haven't heard about any requests for meetings, but as a council person, I'm happy to meet with constituents, and I think all of us are. So our contact information is out there if you want to reach out to us.
I'm sorry, Councilman Schmidt. Can I jump in on that topic as well?
Oh, you just keep on piggybacking off.
Come on, you got great ideas. Yeah, I just wanted to comment as well that regardless of what the video was, I've had no contact, and I'm about to send an email after the meeting just to staff. I have no problem with them using our names and whatnot as far as things that we have truly done up here, but if that's the case, I just like some information and notice when these promises are conducted. So, whether it's a training thing of how to de-escalate or training on what can and can't be done, I just like, to be notified if any of our elected officials' title or names are brought up in these conflicts. So I appreciate that. Floor is yours, sir.
Sure. Last thing tonight for me, we had a lot of discussion tonight about public access and waterways and all sorts of stuff. It was mentioned as well tonight about Noriego Beach Park and not being able to use it. And I cannot agree with that more. We were told from the state and the general contractor back in January 31st that they were going to have it open by the end of May. They specifically asked this council to shut down the access on the harbor so that they would be able to do the job that they need to do to get it open. Unfortunately, it seems that they have continued to run into delays. And there are probably a number of reasons that they will give us and that we could come up with. I went out there the other day with Larry and some other representatives from Taylor Engineering. It is a beautiful project, and it's going to be amazing when it's all done. But I am going to ask, and we have another meeting scheduled on Wednesday with them. But I'm going to ask tonight that we support opening back up the Harborside Beach and to allow boats and public to use and maintaining the safety of the construction site that they're responsible to do, but allow the public to come back out and use this beach because for one reason or another, it's not open yet. And I think we need to get through the summer and let the citizens and others use that. So I'm going to ask the motion to open that back up and let people use it.
Absolutely. I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Councilman Guile?
I'm sorry. I agree with Councilman Schmidt. It is as a contractor, it's my obligation or the contractor's obligation to create safety barriers and prevent egress. So it should be at the cost of the contractor. It should have been his responsibility from the beginning. I think we've given quite a bit of leeway, and it's time to go ahead and open that up for our public.
Councilman Bagby?
Okay, so I asked the question in my briefing. What'd you find out?
What's the question?
No, I asked the city manager to contact the contractor and the actual permit holder and say, you know, where are we and what are we going to do? You know, because I understand, and I read the emails. My concern is all it takes is one kid to get hurt. I mean, we got a kid out there, you know, not far from there who, at least when we came in here, we still couldn't find. So I just want to know what their plan is and what, you know, how best we can help facilitate that. Because I don't want people out there, because if you let them back on, they're going to be crawling all over that damn thing.
Can I speak to you?
Well,
I want him to answer me first.
the answer is we'll know Wednesday at the meeting. We've not had that conversation. We did have a conversation with DEP, and they indicated that they weren't in favor of it. However, they agreed to meet with us Wednesday with the contractor, and so that's
So
when.
DEP isn't in favor or not in favor?
As of Friday, they were not in favor.
Okay.
However, they did agree to meet and have that conversation with the contractor to determine if there was a way to get there.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to modify your motion or make a substitute motion to put it on the city manager, depending on the outcome of the meeting with DEP, but I'm not, until we understand what the heck is going on, I'm not willing to just do a blanket, open up the floodgates type of thing.
Okay. Councilman Braden?
Thank you. Are they not supposed to have a fence around that construction site like everyone else? And do they not carry some kind of liability insurance if people do get hurt on that job?
I would think yes and yes.
So do they have a fence around their project? If so, why did we have to put one up?
The extent of the fence is more of a visual barrier. The orange ones you see that, it's not going to keep anyone out of there that wants to cross it the way it is today. But I think that the idea is, you know, it's a visual barrier as opposed to a keep you out barrier, if that makes sense.
I thought a lot of those sites like that had to have a chain link fence or something put around them. But, I mean, they need to put a fence or something, their barrier up, a silt fence or whatever they're supposed to have up at that boardwalk. I mean, they don't need to be, they're not working down on the water, so, like I say, I agree. We gave them time, and, you know, they've had a couple guys out there piddling around and just not getting it done, and now they want to blame it on waiting on tile that they're not even ready to put down, and, you know, weather, and just, it's going to be 4 weeks, and then 4 weeks, going to need another 4 weeks, and then we're at the end of the summer. So they knew this going in, you know, it was coming into the summer. They knew when they started, and so I would support opening it up. They just need to put their own fence up and put it up there by the boardwalk or something, so people at least pull their boat up, not just have free rein the whole Noria Point, but at least they got a place to pull up.
All right, point taken. Councilman Destin?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand what Mr. Giles and the supporters of this are trying to accomplish, and I agree with that. We want the public to be able to use it as soon as possible, but I also understand what Mr. Bagby's saying is we can't go monkey up, let's go. And can we change the motion to, rather than just to say, oh, we're opening it, to press the DEP and the contractor to open it and tell them that is a priority of ours and stop short of saying we're just gonna open it?
I personally will not, because they're not gonna wanna open it. They've made that clear. They've also made it clear that they're not gonna micromanage the contractor. So I can't support that. I think it's their responsibility to secure their construction site. The city took it upon themselves to put that orange fence in the water. City did. So again, we're not holding that contractor or the state to the same standards that we should be. So I think they should. So no, I'm not saying if we pass this tonight, we go there tomorrow and take out the fence. We'll still meet with them on Wednesday if this is supported, and we'll tell them we are opening it up maybe within so many days. We'll give them a time, but to me, if we just continue in it, it's all, summer's over. You know, they just need to hold up their end of the bargain, in my opinion, and do
I
their
get your
job.
point. I get your point, but I also would tell you that DEP says they own that water and they can put a fence in it if they want to. And I don't know how we would even take it up without their permission. And, you know, it's getting into conflict with them at this point.
My only question to that then is, why did the DEP come ask us? If they own the water, why didn't they put a fence in the water themselves? And why didn't they put a fence up?
They're trying to be polite.
I hear you, but I just can't agree with that because they asked permission to shut it down. You know what I mean? Yeah. So why'd they even ask if it's theirs?
Councilwoman Trammell, you're up.
I just have real concerns because this is a construction zone. None of us want kids running around our houses when we're doing remodeling. None of them want, and believe me, it's going to happen.
I'm on. Y'all can have your opinions.
And I said, well, I want to open it up too. And somewhere August the 4th floated around. I don't know where that date came from. Where did that?
Yeah,
date
they sent an update that's a deadline that they're working on, and that Florida Power and Light is going to have power there by approximately that same date. So there's no even power there yet. And you're right. And I don't want kids to get injured. I don't want grandparents to get injured. Nobody does. That's why it's the contractor's responsibility to secure a construction site. Have you ever been in New York City?
Yes.
Have you ever walked underneath a construction zone?
Many times.
Pretty much every time you walk in New York City, you're walking underneath a construction zone. You know what I mean? Like, we can walk the streets of New York City. I mean, if they put up a fence correctly, then we'll be safe. If they don't, then that's their contractor's responsibility.
Well, there's a big difference in walking underneath a platform in New York City versus pushing your boat up onto the beach and going over the boardwalk, and there's no bathroom. I mean, who wants to swim in that? I'm sorry.
Hundreds of people.
Look at Crab Island. People
Thousands.
pissing out all day long.
I go to Crab Island, I go the opposite direction wherever the tide's coming down.
We have plenty of transient slips for bathrooms now. Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I think we all want it open, so I'll make a substitute motion that we direct the city manager to, in his meeting on Wednesday, press DEP and the contractor to put up a fence around their construction site prior to July 4th weekend, or figure out how to secure it, and let them know that we will remove our fence, or the fence that DEP asked us to put in by that time.
All right, I have a substitute motion. Do I hear a second? All right, I got a second by Councilman Destin for the substitute. I do have a question. What is not finished of the construction?
There's a lot, quite frankly, but in the area would be a good bit of the deck, For the boardwalk, you can walk all the way around it, but
Okay.
none of the railing.
Okay.
I don't think any of the railing was up. If it was very minimal amount of the railing.
And that's on the surface level, that's on the flat boardwalk?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So, you would, if you pull your boat up there, you would need the boardwalk's just a few feet up the hill from there.
Okay.
And there's nothing currently to prevent you from moving from one to the other.
So we have a flat, hard surface that would be great for a fence?
There's substantial, there's
All right.
room enough for a fence, yes.
Good deal. All right, with that, I have no other discussions? No other discussions. All right, I have a substitute motion to press DEP.
To get the contractor to install construction fencing prior to July 4th weekend.
All right, with that, Ray, open the vote. Oh, God. It's going to be 13 and 14. Oh. Ouch. All right. I wanted number 13 so bad. I wanted number 13 so bad.
Can we have Ray read back the understanding of that and what's going to be on the action agenda that we all go forth with?
Direct the city manager to press DEP and the contractor to put up a fence on the construction site prior to July 4th weekend, or figure out a way to secure it.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
this item is not on the agenda for tonight.
Ooh,
So
actually,
It takes a majority.
yeah, it's 2/3. We do have super, yeah. Yeah, we're at the cusp of 2/3 supermajority, but I like where you're going with that. I know, I appreciate that. Yeah, I know, I like the try. All right, anything else, sir? Good, all right. All right, with that, I have nothing tonight, city attorney.
Nothing, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, public comments. All right. All right. He, she,
This is Anna Lee. After the Bible, 14 years of infertility, 4 IVF cycles, placenta accreta was died giving birth, emergency hysterectomy, NICU in the first month, survived the HSV blood infection. She's a miracle.
all right. Okay, I didn't know if she gets 3 minutes as well.
You already know my name. I'll tell you my address if you want to email me or maybe have that meeting that I've so tried to get, but no one wants to call me back. Okay. I'm here to correct a serious misunderstanding on perhaps a convenient excuse that the city of Destin and Rainbow Frost Ice Cream Cary Harbor keeps using to justify its unlawful interference with beach vendors. Let's get one thing straight. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection does not own the water. It does not give the city of Destin authority over it. The DEP is a regulatory agency. Its job is environmental oversight, protecting wetlands, preventing pollution, not dictating who can sell ice cream on a public beach. Some have claimed that because the DEP, the Florida Department of Environmental, oversees our state's natural resources, that the city can somehow use that authority to stop ice cream vendors from operating on the beach. But that's simply not true. It's legally unfounded. The DEP is not a landowner. It does not own Florida state's water or submerged lands. It's a regulatory agency tasked with protecting the environment, not issuing business license or enforcing city codes. The area where we operate, below the mean high water line, is state-owned land, held in the trust of the public under Article X, Section 11 of the Florida Constitution. It is not owned by the city. It is not managed by the city, and DEP does not transfer ownership or enforcement rights to the city of Destin, period. Citing DEP as a justification to chase us off is legally baseless. And frankly, it reveals just how little effort the city has made to understand the law it's trying to enforce. We are licensed by the state of Florida. We have met every requirement under FDACS and DBPR. We are operating exactly where the Constitution says we can. And DEP has no rule, permit, or regulation that says otherwise. So if the city is leaning on DEP to claim jurisdiction it doesn't have, let me be clear, that's not the law, that's a bluff. And as a disabled combat Army veteran, I didn't come here tonight to be bullied off public land by a bluff. So when the city and Rainbow Frost Ice Cream claims that the DEP somehow grants them power to control or ban Vending operations on state-owned beaches, they're not just mistaken, they're misleading the public and abusing the law. We hold valid state license, we operate responsibly on state-controlled lands, and we have every legal right to be there. DEP's role is to protect our environment, not to be a pawn in a local attempt to monopolize the beach economy or drive out small businesses. So the council and Rainbow Frost Ice Cream, stop hiding behind the DEP. The law is clear, the water belongs to the people, not to you and to God. Dewey Destin, we're not operating on city-owned land. We're on our sovereign state property below the mean high water line. Your city ordinance does not apply here. Change it all you want. The sheriff's office knows it. We have them on body cam saying we're allowed in the water with our state permits, and you know it. Change your city ordinance. We're on state property. You're wasting your time. And let's not forget, Rainbow Frost Ice Cream isn't just a competitor. They've been the subject of a court-issued restraining order, have had documented history, as well as multiple police reports of harassment, stalking, and death threats. This isn't about fair business. It's about targeted intimidation. Thank you. Kevin, I'll be emailing you tonight, and we'll see y'all in the morning.
Thank you for being here.
How do y'all get from the blacktop down to the water?
We use a boat or use state property, not your property.
State property? Where's that state property at?
All right, with that, all right, if there's anyone else from the public who wishes to speak, this is your last time to do so. Seeing none, I am going to adjourn this meeting.